welcome back to the Awakening Philosophy Podcast. My name is Jed, and we are reading the Phaedo. Last time, we went through the doctrine several times and using several different translations, because it was important to nail down as closely as we can the nature of Socrates' doctrine itself, self by self, before we then move on to see how well it functioned or how well it affected his friends there. Okay, so in the Phaedo, Socrates is in his last day before being killed by the state for having a daemon and practicing the life of philosophy. And he's making a defense for philosophy. Not just for philosophy for himself, but for everybody. Philosophy as a way of being and a way of living, such that we can reach our purpose. Okay, and putting together a lot of the ideas that he put forward: purpose, meaning, understanding, logos, from the divine, preparing ourselves through understanding, makes us as close to ousia and the daemon as we can, putting us in the position to be receptive to an opening from the divine self. We can put that all together and say that's providence. And why is that important? Well, because in the opening of the text, Phaedo made a judgment about Socrates, saying that wherever he's going to fare well, and he will not be without providence in the next place. And Socrates is doing his best to talk about what is the nature of the next place, and he recommends that we also not just explain it in detail, but mythologize it as best we can. That's what we're on the lookout for in this text, not just what it is, but can we see the same ideas and aspects of the nature of the soul itself represented in the mythology of the text. Okay, so that's a recap of where we are. Thumbs up. We are now going to go on to see whether or not it affected Simmias and Cebes. Well, if his defense worked on them better than it did on the Athenian jury, and whether or not it worked on us, whether we have objections, or whether the objections of Simmias and Cebes reflect our own objections or our own doubts. And let's see if Socrates can use the dialectic to put them at ease, put them to rest. And maybe even that putting to rest our fears and doubts or false beliefs about the afterlife, about our soul, about what philosophy is, if that's a purification. Of course, purification was the way that he defined death, and we did a dialectic on that part, the dialectic on purification, which is also a final idea we got from going through the dialectic, from the definition to its demonstration to its divisions. One of the key ideas from the division coming out as death, which we then relate back to the top in an ousia-like function to better understand the subject, having gone through the dialectic, so we understand the idea of purification as death. And he goes on to say, by the way, wink wink, that's the exercise of philosophers. Okay, wink wink, because we recognize that in all of the work we've done up until now that we're carrying with us as relating to the dialectic in a special way. Okay, and from that we can get our own questions. Well, we go through the dialectic and then we are able to go back to the start and understand it in a new way, having gone through it. That's interesting. Could that be our purpose here? If everything is from self and returning to self, emanating from, remaining in, and returning to, the triad that we get from Proclus's Elements of Theology, one of the most famous propositions. I can't remember what number it is offhand. If you remember the number of that proposition, throw it in the chat. Everything is in self, from self, and returning to self. Then why? And why the time? Why this life? Why this experience of this incarnation? Why reincarnations at all? If we're just going to return from where we came? Well, I don't know. Maybe That's a good question, and that's one we're going to take with us, of course. It's one of the big ones. But maybe this understanding of dialectic, in that we go through, we employ the logos. We have to learn the logos, of course, which is why we're reading the text on the table just there if you're watching the video, and why we've been reading the texts that we have been reading, why we're engaged in the texts that display the logos and are written from someone sharing in the logos, so we can ourselves share in the logos, so that we can develop an understanding of the logos and employ it through the dialectic, and as we're seeing, with as little of our physical senses as possible, such that in going through that process, well, if all of these are ideas of being, thumbs up, are of self, then maybe what we're doing is learning something about that self that we're returning to, which raises another question. What's the significance of returning to the self with the logos in our back pocket, with a mastery of the dialectic? Why go through that? Why live that life? Why go through the trouble of incarnation and all the pain and suffering that living a human's existence entails, only to return to the place from which we came? What's the point of it all? Well, Socrates is helping us out with that question in the Phaedo by saying, hey, the point has to do with this exercise of the philosophers. Because why? Well, there's two things we're most interested in: truth and self-phronesis. So we have to develop a character that we saw by taking a little bit of a sidestep into Book 7 of the Republic, to recognize that, hey, this thing called phronesis he's been talking about all this time is something that's innate, but can be directed in a way that causes our problems, causes vice. Therefore, we have to develop the true virtues, along with this yoga that he's been describing in the Phaedo. They both have to come together, because those virtues are traded in like a currency. For the true virtue, so that the virtues we've been developing can upgrade to true virtue, and we can trade one of them in for self-phronesis, which has been a huge puzzle. That's a fantastic puzzle. In fact, he said this puzzle is a kind of riddle from the mystics, and that solving of that riddle, or at least applying our mind to that riddle, is a kind of initiation. He said, by the way, there are a lot of people who call themselves mystics and carry the staff, but few are the true inspired mystics, and those are the true philosophers. That's another bit of another wisdom bomb he dropped on our asses. Okay, helping us understand the nature of this puzzle that he's giving us, the kind of initiation that we're going through. Okay, so he's saying we're interested in truth. That's living the life of a philosopher, and self-phronesis, and this comes as a result of a kind of purification he calls death. But after adding the virtues in, he says it's not just a purification, it's also a perfection. And so we have a question: why did he bring in that second term? All the way through he's been talking about purification. Why adding a second term? And that's when he added that second term, he brought up the virtues, which hadn't been brought up until now. So it's this experience he called death, which is philosophy is the art and practice, the desire, the study, the exercise, the touching of, the experience of death is what philosophy is about, which is fascinating. That should jump out at you. Wow. Philosophy is death? Wow. I sound like Owen Wilson. What does he say? Wow. Yeah. But then he said, by the way, not only do we need is that purification a way that we can encounter truth, we also have to have developed the virtues, because our phronesis can be applied to that phronesis that we gain from that experience can be applied in a negative way. So we don't just purify ourselves, we have to perfect ourselves as well. So we have to be developing the virtues, which means it might be worth jumping into the Republic after the Phaedo, so we can really nail down those virtues for ourselves. I've been getting a lot of questions on the YouTube channel, which are fantastic, relating to the cave analogy and the virtues, so it might be worth doing the Republic next. But we've looked at a brief explanation, a summary of the virtues, enough for our purpose here to recognize, there is a dimensional distortion, a reflection, a shadow from the virtues into its next dimension, which brings with it a distortion, so that the vices aren't the opposite of the virtues. It's kind of a lot of the same qualities, but not quite yet there. Mastering some of your desires, but not all. Having being able to have a kind of bravery to address and experience the things that we're normally scared of, but not with understanding. Having so it's not quite courage, it's cowardice, but you're really good at it. And wisdom, a kind of clear seeing and accurate seeing, and a kind of understanding, and a kind of looking out or care. The things that we noted were in the qualities of providence, except directed to the body. So we call it a wise person, but they are really worthless, as it was said in Book 7 of the Republic. So there is a shadow of the virtues which have a lot of qualities of the virtues, but have not yet been perfected. So we're wondering, what is the exact perfection? And how does that relate to the dialectic? And how does that relate to applying the dialectic to not just the ideas of self that have their experience and beauty and being, and hey, maybe not even from there to the one self, maybe also on its negative reflection. Is there a negative reflection also to the dialectic? Just as there's a negative reflection of the virtues, which are developed through the dialectic, culminating in a kind of purification to be most like the divine, such that we can be receptive to the experience from the divine self, kind of gathering together our soul from all parts through this dialectic, separating from the body, collecting ourselves together out of the body, continuing the dialectic, self by self, out of the body, both now and in the future. Kind of interesting activity, a single-minded activity we have as human beings, which is interesting, which might add some information to our question, what's our purpose? Well, there seems to be a single-minded activity. But then he gave us a riddle. Hang on a second. That might not be enough. Why? Well, if this dialectic is the activity that relates to all of the virtues, and you have a distortion of all of the virtues in a kind of vice, then maybe there's a kind of distortion of the dialectic too. Kind of dialectic we are doing on something that mirrors all of the aspects of the dialectic. Not the idea of the self, but the idea of the false self. And then not something that functions in a virtuous way throughout all of our activities, our single-minded focused activities, but one that therefore functions in our life in a repeating way to cause the same kind of problems. That then, if there is a false idea of the self that functions in a certain sort of a way to us, that causes us, that's self to other, second category of the dialectic, and the third, others to others, cause our relationship to others, whatever it may be, our relationships, our friends, our job, our life, whatever we want to achieve in our life, our activities, causes a certain inevitable repeating pattern of failure, others to others, in the shadow of the dialectic. And so we can look for all of the key things we've been doing in our study of philosophy. In our problems, look for key themes. Look for repetition. When do the problems come up? At what part of the text? Although it's not the text now, it's your life. What times, what specific moments trigger the repeating problems? What states of mind are involved? And again, parts of the whole, how does it finish? Beginning, middle, and end. Where does it leave you? And then finally, after having gone through those, other back to self, how do you then relate back to yourself? Do you then make sense of your life and yourself in a way that perpetuates that cycle? In a similar way to what we want to do in the dialectic, we want to keep returning to what we're learning in the Phaedo, keep returning to the logos, keep returning to our dialectic, keep improving our dialectic, which means we're keeping an improved relationship. We're keeping and improving our relationship to the self-being, and the self-logos. A big three. But if there's a vice, the shadow of the virtue, so too with the dialectic, meaning we would be, whether we like it or not, as human beings, other back to self, relating back to ourself after having gone through our problems in a way that justifies, nurtures, protects, maintains the false idea of the self. We have to purify and perfect ourselves from that. So you might say, oh, well, yep, I guess that person who, my teacher, my dad, my mum, my priest, whoever it was, my uncle, was right all along when he said I was this inadequate, because this is how the belief functions. This is how it affects me. This is how it affects my relationship to others in my life, and therefore proving it was right all along. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. That's something we can recognize as a feature of our problems, our anti-logos or our pathologos. Anti-logos, just simple false beliefs, a misunderstanding and ignorance. Pathologos are the ones that are specifically about the self, that function at a deepest level, most fundamental. So, very much like the dialectic, a lot of fantastic qualities following the dialectic, self-referring ousia, self-maintaining, except fundamentally, what is one of the natures of ousia? Not just does it revert back on itself and maintaining itself, like the beings, of course, have that self-maintaining essence quality, even in mind, because the beings are in the metaphysical world of beings, so they're not physical, but there has to be something of mind that maintains their existence, which is why past translations have called it essence. Essence is part of it, but of course, we need the word ousia because there's much more than essence. What also is functioning in ousia that's missing? That's what we look for. When we're looking at the vices last time, we looked for what was missing in the vices that didn't make them virtues. So too, what's missing in the ousia of the fake dialectic or the shadow dialectic that we live out in our problems, in our lives, in our daydreams, in our fantasies, and in our dreams. What's it missing? It does have a kind of ousia. Penrose principle. Right, the ladder principle. Penrose principle is an idea that anything that's understandable and complete within itself can't be both. It can't be complete and self-sufficient. It's either incomplete understanding or it's a complete, but it's not self-sufficient in that it requires something of the higher level for it to exist. Except maybe philosophy. Which means what? Which means that the quality of ousia that this fake ousia is missing is the spiraling upwards to higher and higher levels of being. In other words, it's stagnant. Keep your problems, you keep those problems, you keep living it out, you keep that false belief, and you'll die that way. And maybe reincarnate according to the beliefs of what you think is true and good. If that plays a part in your reincarnation, then you might pick a family, a point in history, where you're going to get that same belief you consider to be good, but in fact is false. It's usurping the idea of the good. If the true initiation's experience is of being, which we know is good, just, beauty, all of those ideas, as it said in the Phaedo, any self you want to pick, they're all of self-ousia. They're all of being. And that knowing of that is the truth, which we get through the perfection of the purification and perfection of our dianoia, preparing us for noesis. We loosely call knowledge, but of course we know it's the direct intuitive apprehension through the eye of the soul, which also is ousia. So, what do we miss? The spiraling upwards through the ladder. The Penrose principle applied to the Logos is the Logos ladder. We have a Logos ladder, preparing ourselves for a movement to a higher state of mind, to a higher level of seeing, to a more clear seeing, to the next dimensions of reality. It's a development process. But what does the fake Usia lack? That it's stagnant. Okay, so while this experience that we do through the practice of the philosophy, as best as we can, unify ourselves in this activity of the dialectic applied to the Logos that we're getting from the text. Thank you, Phaedo, for writing it down for us. While we're doing that, hey, when we have that experience, it might separate ourselves from our problems to a degree, maybe even a high degree. Separation from the pushes and pulls of our body, the desires and fears, the need for sustenance, the desire for lots of pleasures that happen through our body. Socrates is saying, hey, that can pull you away from philosophy. So if you can do philosophy, as we've been doing, while in that state, hey, you're going to do a lot better. It's going to be easier. Which is one of the reasons why we got into the Phaedo to begin with, after the first hypothesis of the Parmenides. Make it easier to go into the further ones. However, while we can diminish the effect of that and diminish the effect of our problems, if you have that experience and you recognize yourself as not your body, and therefore all of the things that you're attached to, including the false beliefs about yourself that relate to the body, hey, you suck because you're a man, you suck because you're a woman, and women are this or that, or you suck because you're short, or your brain is too small, or whatever it was, realizing you're not that physical body, and the people who told you that were fundamentally ignorant of your true nature of the self, will lessen the effect of that pathologos, that false belief. No, of course, I can't believe I thought I was that small, that inadequate. Can't believe I feared death so much. Now, having experienced death through a purification of the ignorance of the attachment to the body, I'm not fearing it as much. So it can diminish the effects of your problems. However, it's not perfected. It doesn't remove them completely. In fact, you could use the enhanced phronesis from that experience to, at some time or another, play out your vices, which may have been the significance for the introduction to the vices at the end of Socrates' Doctrine and Defense for Philosophy. He didn't just do the virtues. He took great care to talk about how the vices can play out as the shadow. So that's what we're wondering about. That's a hypothesis we're going to take with us. See if we can apply it to the things we learn as we go. See if we can apply it to our own lives. Because how do we relate other to other in philosophy? Repeat this doctrine to ourselves and to our friends. Believe it, trust in the Logos, but also verify it through our own understanding and our own direct experience. So you only know whether this is truth if it works for you. Of course, we're in a game where we're together, we're friends, it's the human quest. We're perfecting ourselves other to other. So we're sharing our insights, we're sharing our understanding, we're celebrating our development. So if you do pull it off and you recognize, oh, my problems are still there, it might take longer to jump in, but it's still there. But having gone through the purification and perfection of the dialectic on my false idea of the self, I recognize there is a certain higher level of freedom from that ignorance that only comes from this activity. An activity which has a name, by the way. Socrates named it philosophical midwifery. And of course, there's a book on philosophical midwifery which I recommend. It's an orange book by Dr. Pierre Grimes. So that was his doctrine. And in the spirit of repeating it and verifying it through our own understanding and experience, we looked through the other texts, the other versions of the text. And we also applied it in our relationship to others, in that we looked at the translators of that section in the Loeb, which I think was Jowett. Loeb is a collection. They often like our green books. And we looked at it in the Rouse. Great dialogues of Plato. And we looked at what was how did they deviate from the Greek? Okay, deviation being an interpretation, either leaving out what's there or adding what's not there. And we had some questions. Oh, this particular author seems to deviate in a certain kind of way, which might indicate a certain maybe pathologos or anti-logos reflected in his mythology. This person happens to be Christian. There's a lot of Christian mythology influencing how he relates or how he interprets the text. So we were applying it, understanding ourselves and others. And that was fun. But also, in doing so, we gain new insights into the logos, into the passage itself. So we're not just limited by the anti-logos of people, but we can gain from their personal logos. Their the way in which they participate in the logos. Yes, it's the logos, so it's universal, and it's self-logos, so of course it's universal. But we have our own style, don't we? Everyone has their own style, their own way of communicating the self-logos, and we can benefit from that. Philosophy is a two-person game, famously. So we benefited in that way, nailing down the doctrine, nailing down more about the yoga, nailing down more about the initiation, what makes it mystical, and nailing down more about the riddle that we have to solve. And in doing so, we allow ourselves a kind of initiation. And we talked about how, hey, whatever the initiation is going to be, it's going to be in the style of philosophy, meaning you might not need fireworks, you might not need someone dressed up in fancy attire with a staff, chanting. It's probably going to be in the style of philosophy. And what's the style of philosophy? Puzzle solving. Developing a question, looking for clues, developing a paradigm so you can recognize the clues, developing an understanding of the self-logos. It would follow that the initiation would be in the style of the mode, of the yogas and the style of the system. So that's why we went to the extra effort of going through it many times to see what that initiation could be. I thought we did a pretty good job. So with that, as a question and a hypothesis and some understanding and maybe even some insights or some knowledge, we're taking all that with us in our inventory as our spiraling upwards characters through this Usia. We talked about the anti-logos, or the shadow of the dialectic has that self-fulfilling prophecy, has that self-sustaining, self-protecting mechanism. In fact, part of that self-protecting mechanism is the counterattack. Hey, what you just saw is not real. That's just a hallucination. That's just positive thinking. That's just, you've been tricked. Hey, Socrates is a tricky trickster. Don't believe him. Lots of different ways that undermine your own understanding, your own seeing, and your own self. Early on, Parmenides said to Socrates, you have to keep your mind fixed on those counterattacks. That's one of the ways that we recognize those counterattacks, either address the anti-logos, or put them aside to address them later and get back to the task of developing the logos, developing the true dialectic on the true self. So that has its self-protecting mechanisms, like the counterattack, the stagnant ousia, self-fulfilling prophecies. right? A good example is, hey, there's lots of examples to show how problems become self-fulfilling. Like, famously, the one I like to use, which is really simple and cartoonish, but I've seen it a lot of times. The racist person will keep antagonizing the person of that race that he doesn't like. And then finally, after, tolerating him, he'll finally snap and like push him or punch him. Get out of my face. Stop abusing me. And the racist will say, see, they are all violent. See, proving that, acting in a way to justify the false belief that he had about the person to begin with. See, look how violent he was. Yeah, but that's only because you were antagonizing him to a ridiculous degree and you weren't relenting. No, it's because, see, you don't see it. So, our question, of course, is, why are we here? What are we doing? That's the big question. And so if this is the activity of living, if this is what it means to live well, if this is what it means to do our proper work, which he says, which is the work of philosophy, the work and exercise and study of philosophy, this might add some more clues into what it is we're here for. We might be here to perfect and purify ourselves in this kind of a way. And if the nature of that perfection and purification is through the dialectic, kind of perfecting ourselves, turning around and elevating through the logos and dialectic, developing our dianoia, separating from the physical senses, the dreamlike world, you could say, that we're in by inhabiting a body, and also the same thing through our our ignorance, may be one of the reasons why we're here, purifying our false dialectic, then we are going on this reversion on both sides. Oh, and some sort of reversion, of course, in the mean mythology that applies to both. Reflect on your understanding, reflect on it in your art, in how you communicate with others, mythology. And our question is, well, why go through all this? Only to return to the self. In other words, what are we here for? Well, if we are to unify our activity in a singular kind of thing, the proper work, the true mystic, true philosopher, and that's a unification of all aspects of our soul, giving us the virtues that we practice through habit and practice we put into us, discipline, then how can we better answer that question of why are we here if Socrates is saying, hey, there's one function you're supposed to be doing? It helps narrow our focus. So if our single function is somehow developing our own perfection and purification through the perfection and purification of the dialectic, how can that give us clues to why are we here? Well, there's a returning, that's ousia, that's part of the dialectic. There's an unfolding and returning back to the source, so returning back to the source. There's the cycling up mechanism. It's not stagnant, but it rolls and rolls up, it rolls on. So we're returning, but we do that through the logos, through the dialectic meaning a mastery of the logos. That's interesting. And all of the things that we focus it on are either the false self to purify our problems or the true self. All of the beings are self-justice, self-beauty, self-greatness. That was said. And even those we have to keep in mind, according to Parmenides, are of the self. So, okay, it's a self-reflecting reversion activity we're going on, and it's a single activity to do at all times. To desire at all times, temperance. To hold on to, even though things move you otherwise, courage. To focus your reasoning on, wisdom. And to function with, in public and private, justice. Okay, so we've really honed our activity. A reversion, a returning, practicing of ousia to become more ousia like ourselves. On the self. So we're developing a logos of the self and mastery of it through the dialectic, allowing for functioning. Why? Why leave the self only to return with a kind of mastery of the use of the self logo? What difference would that make to your return home? We looked at the hero's journey. Joseph Campbell recognized that there's a certain archetype in the many particulars of myths. All myths, or most myths, follow the same sort of structure, which is the beginning of a philosophical quest. If he took on the excellence of philosophy and asked, well, okay, what is the paradigm itself? He would be entering the world of being, metaphysics, and would have upgraded himself. But we can do that, so we can build on where he left off. He recognized there was a kind of archetype. And in that archetype, there was a returning home with special knowledge that can make the old world better. Could that help our question? Why it is we here? And what's the significance of going through all this? Maybe. Let's take that with us as a question in our question sack, and let's go back into the text and see whether or not all of this worked. All of that stuff we just said, did it work? Did it work on you? Do you have some doubts? Did it work on Simmias and Cebes? Let's see. Let's have fun. Okay. So here we are in the text. Here's our rite of initiation highlighted for us. The riddle, purpose. Hey, you don't want to enter the next life in the mud. In the mud. Be purified and perfected. Many are the staff bearers. Few are the inspired mystics. Those are those who practice philosophy. I think I've seen that on a lot of bumpers of cars, bumper stickers. I wish. Wouldn't that be a good world? I shall find good masters and good friends. If you trust in this, then my defense has been more persuasive to you than to the Athenian jury, then it will go well. Phaedo comes in. When Socrates had said this, Cebes took up the logos and said, "Oh, Socrates is the old wise one. Cebes is younger. I imagine them as kind of like relative to Socrates, they're kind of a Beavis and Butthead. Of course, they're way, way smarter. But I don't know, Simmias and Cebes are kind of bumbling duad. Relative to Socrates, okay? Relative to most people, they're not. But Cebes, Socrates, on the one hand, to me at least, everything appears to be well said. On the other hand, humans are very much inclined to distrust what you said regarding the soul, but instead believe that when it is released from the body, she will no longer exist, and that she will be destroyed and dissolved on that day in which the human being dies. As soon as she leaves the body and is departed, just as breath or smoke, she is scattered to the wind, undone, being startled with fear, and in no way exists anywhere. Wow. Do you know people with that belief? You have that belief? Since if indeed she would gather herself together somewhere, self according to self, and having been freed from calamities which you are now just now going through, there would also be much good hope, O Socrates, that what you say is true. Perhaps this does indeed not require only a few persuasive and trustworthy arguments that the human soul still exists after being dead and possessed some power, bingo bango, and phronesis. Power and something of the self that is fundamental to the human being, more divine than the other virtues, can be guided in this way or that, The more of it you have directed towards your vices, the worse of a tyrant you can be. Directed towards the self is the aim of the philosopher. Mindfulness, phronesis. Okay. Freed from calamities. Persuasive and trustworthy arguments. From our translator, Han Balboa, isn't this the route which Parmenides bade us in his poem not to travel? For is it not the case that if we postulate that the soul will cease at any time, then we are saying not being itself exists, as a sort of receptacle into which existence empties into, in order to deal with these benighted absurdities that arise from being unexercised and thus unenlightened. Socrates purifies for us through the extra fine filter of the dialectics. The following section for our helpful consumption, I believe. There's one there helping us out, pointing out some significant things. Purification through the dialectics, extra fine, accuracy, precision that we've been talking about. Who starts this? 121. Socrates asks Phaedo, hey, can you give me an extra detailed account? Were you there in person? An extra detailed account of Socrates, his logos, and his functioning. His self-death, his functioning with his friends, and his self-logos. So that's a triad. So there's precision, and we purify, that we make more precise, perfect and purify our dialectic the more we go through it. So this precision is a key idea. Extra fine filter. And of course, he's referring to the poem of Parmenides in which he says, never speculate non-being. Don't even go down that track. That there is absolutely nothing non-being. The only thing that exists is non-being. It seems self-contradictory, but that's the worst thing you can do. Don't go on that trip. There has to be being, some kind, for there to be a world of becoming. And of course, in philosophy, we recognize, well, hey, if there is a soul and it exists after our physical life, then there's a realm of being. Our question should be about being and its cause. Beyond, greater than, more profound than even being. What being is itself a reflection or shadow of. Hey, don't tie yourself, says Parmenides, don't tie yourself up in knots. It's going to distract you. It's going to make you sad. Right? Like ultimate nihilism, you could say. And of course, philosophy, you have to postulate that the ideas exist just to get into the, as Parmenides said in our quote, you have to permit the ideas of real beings to be. Keep your mind on your objections. Define each particular idea. That's your dianoia. I think maybe we can edit understanding to dianoia. That's where to turn dianoia. Allow each of the ideas of the real beings to always be of the self. That's the power of the dialectic. As we go through this, we might add some more choice quotes from... Actually, let's add, just for fun, let's add that choice quote about many other staff bearers. Let's add that to our list of quotes that we reflect on every now and again. Many other staff bearers, few are the inspired mystics. These are, according to my opinion, none other than those who have practiced philosophy correctly. Socrates. Interesting. Okay. What you say is true, Eusebius. you up on the screen for a bit too long. What you say is true, Socrates, Cebes. What shall we do then? Do you wish to talk about whether these selves are likely to be the case or not? Cebes, then I would indeed be pleased to hear any opinion you have about selves. Socrates, is it not the case, indeed, that anyone who should hear me now, as I believe, not even if he were a comic poet, would say that I am babbling and making up speeches about what is not proper? Thus we must examine the question thoroughly, if you think we should. Okay, this is a reference to often Socrates was lambasted by comic poets of the time. Right, they make fun of him. In one of the previous podcasts, we talk about how someone in the chat said, hey, how come when I got into this, there was a fire in me, an inspiration to follow the Logos, to get into it. But for many people, it doesn't. And in fact, many people are object to the idea. We talked about how, well, there might even be a logical Logos-based dialectical structure in the kinds of objections that we can understand with the dialectic. Ignoring, mocking, attacking, threatening, exiling from the groups or the family. Maybe even at the end of it, death, like Socrates is facing. I'm not sure what that would be, but someone could do a dialectic. Are there 4 categories? Or maybe last time we saw we have a new 5 skill tree, right? The 4 virtues and the true virtue. Hey, welcome to the chat. 4 virtues and the true virtue. That's the 5. The 4 dialectics and the cause, or the preconditions. We talked about that. Somebody talked to how I got a problem to do with guilt. Or I have a problem. This one. If philosophy is just opinion, what can you say about it? How does it function? How do we relate to each other? Debate, war, fight, conflict, drama. Lots of YouTube drama. This podcaster, this philosopher disagrees with this philosopher. Well, maybe. So, and then finally, how do we relate back to philosophy, given that in chat? So maybe 5 is the form that expresses the rest. Could be. Take that with you as in your if sack, your hypothesis sack. So, if it's 4 or maybe 5, could you have 4 or 5 types of responses? Counterattacks. So here he's referring to the ones that, hey, one of them, maybe ignoring is the first one, maybe mocking is the second. Socrates was mocked, lambasted in the comedies. But in an interesting way where we can learn about Socrates, they depict him in yoga poses. Like poses where you're in like downward dog and things. And so they're like, hey, look at them. They've got their face in the dirt. Are they going to find the ideas, the self-ideas, what we would call the forms? But I don't like to use the word form because it's one of the great betrayals and tragedies of philosophy is to translate self-idea, which is to behold the experience of the self, as forms, which kind of takes it away from the self, kind of relates it to concepts. I remember my philosophy teacher at college saying, well, if you think of a chair, then there is an ideal form of chair living in the sky. This is why no one listens to Plato, because he's an idiot. Like, oh, I guess so. Because do you think there's a floating chair that Jesus sits on in heaven? That's absurd. Right, but the word is idea in the Greek, and it means to behold. Right, and seeing the intellectual structure of what you behold You can infer intellectually the schema or the paradigm by applying the logos to the beholding. So it's often experienced, it's experienced as a oneness, a bright, shiny, brilliant light of being, as dwelling in the islands of the blessed, we saw in the Republic. But we want to encourage people not to stay there, but to come back. But intellectually, if you've perfected yourself through the logos and the dialectic, you can intellectually make distinctions about that. Even though it was a oneness, it existed. Got being. It was beautiful. Beauty's there. It was perfectly the way it should be. Justice, and so on. So, here he's saying, even those who mock me can't mock me now, because we are going to investigate what's most important and as thoroughly as we can. Thoroughly examine. Thoroughly question. Let us examine self then. Ooh. Can you say more about that in the chat? Get close to the sun, but you can't see it. Do you mean that we get as close as we can through our dialectic until what? I think the Jowett says God, but we say as the divine self in the Greek lets us in as close as we can. Just like Phaedo was let into the prison. He got as close as he can, got right to the gateway. But we want to know what the sun itself is. Of course, in the Republic, there's a question, would the experience of self, the idea, is that the sun? Or maybe that's the vision of the sun and not the sun itself. Right. Let us examine self in a following way. Whether it is the case that the souls of human beings who have died exist in some way in Hades or not. Hades is often mythologized, but he's talking about some afterlife, some place after death. Therefore, there is an ancient doctrine which we recall that on one hand, that they are here having arrived from there. And then again, that they have indeed arrived and come to be born here from the dead. And if it happens to be the case in this way, that the living are born again from the dead, then our souls would exist there. Or is there some other way? And this is an argument. Okay, let's nail down these arguments. For in turn, they could not have come back from anywhere if they did not exist. And this is sufficient proof that this happens to be the case. If it would happen to be truly manifest that the living can in no way come into existence from any other source than from the dead. But on the other hand, if this is not the case, we would need another logos. Okay, so we can add more to our dialectic of logos. Whatever is, because we're trying to understand what exactly the logos is. That's a question, a very, very good one. So some sort of argument about the self, examining self and related to the soul and the afterlife. That kind of argument goes into what logos is. Logos is a kind of argument about this kind of a thing, about self, about soul, about what is most significant. So you could say use the logos for that, an argument. So, without even going on, we can make some predictions. We have been seeing that there is, let's make some notes. That we follow a kind of structure in our thinking, but also in our conversation. Dialectic in action or conversation. We've seen how It often starts with a definition, and then a demonstration, and then a division, and then division, and then synthesis, analysis. So we can guess, okay, he just gave us a pretty good definition. Was that it? Like if you watch yourself switching from thinking to looking to feeling and then look back as you observe. Ah, yes. Yes. In fact, Parmenides, who taught Socrates, of course, had his own teacher, Xenophanes. So we can say Xenophanes taught Parmenides taught Socrates, taught Plato, and so on. And Xenophanes had a famous quote that we know him by. It is the whole that sees and hears. This is a kind of mantra that you can take with you and apply to your own thinking, your own observation as you go. Right. What is a whole that sees and hears? So we take that and we turn into a question so we can make it an object of contemplation, meditation, concentration, meditation, contemplation. Turn into a question. What is, and add that. If you divide it, they laugh. If you say to negate it, it becomes bigger. Can you say more about that? What are you negating? So we can turn that into a question, but then someone came along and said, well, what is this whole? What's he talking about? Is the whole of God. So there were some theories. It's the whole of God that sees, hears, and thinks. And then someone had tried it change it a different way. No. He doesn't mean that. He means it's the whole of. Oh, interesting. It's the whole of mind. That sees and hears. And then someone came along and said, well, hang on a second. No, we can improve this actually. We can say it's the whole of mind. No, it's supposed to be a question. What is? You missed a step. So we'll say, what is? What is the whole of God that sees and hears? What is the whole of mind? So we go, someone came along and said, hang on a second. let's say, as our mantra that we take with us, our single unified question to direct us, focus our mind in whatever it is we do. What is the whole of mind that sees, hears, and thinks? This elevated it because we are thinking, we are philosophers, we are engaged in logos, we are a thinking being. We see, we hear, and we think. Right. It's like if you think about your perspective right now you're experiencing something. And when you look at certain things, you can recognize, oh, I can pick out things. I can establish a foreground from a background. I can pick out my coffee mug. But I'm viewing this coffee mug and the background. I'm viewing it, I'm experiencing it as a whole. Kind of like soften your focus and you realize it's a kind of whole that you're seeing. And of course, people who've had different states of mind can experience more of a wholeness, more of a circle. Or some athletes talk about experiencing a whole which they can even see their body when they're in the flow state. But whatever it is, your perception, you see, you've like, notice your vision. What do you see? You have a tendency to look for objects and distinguish a foreground from a background, but foreground and background are still part of a whole in your perception. Even right now, even in the cave. And also hearing. Stop listening to specific sounds, except me. But realize that even the specific sounds are within a kind of soundscape. There's kind of a general whole of sound that you're perceiving. And you make distinctions within that whole, but your seeing and your hearing is a kind of a whole. What is experiencing that whole? Xenophanes says it's the whole that sees and hears. Of course, we turn it into a question so we can use it as a philosopher. What is the whole? And someone said, oh, it's the whole of God. It's the whole of God that is seeing and hearing right now. The whole is God. That whole is God. All of your perspective all at once. The whole that is seeing and hearing right now is God. Someone came along and said, no, it's the whole mind. Which may take it away from a specific definition of God that's developed through our mythology, depending on what family, culture, time period, and part of the world you were born in. But mind, capital M mind, is the whole of mind. Yes, the whole might contain many things, but the whole isn't a many, it's a kind of one. Thanks to the chat. Like Shrek. I didn't know how it's like Shrek. But right, it's a kind of oneness, right? If you like, let something else take over the particulars. Let something else for a while take over the activity of looking, pointing at specific things and distinguishing that as the foreground from the background in mind. Let something else do. But just for you, what is the whole? What is the whole of seeing and hearing? Can you see it? Can you feel it? Can you like let background and foreground merge in your vision and see, well, there's kind of a sphere or a circle, kind of stops here, but then I can still feel kind of my back if I pay attention to it. So in one way it's here, but in one way it goes all the way around. It's a kind of meditation. Now take that for your hearing and put them together. Can you merge the kind of whole of sound, the background and foreground all merged as a oneness? Your hearing and your seeing has an effect on you if you can hold it. Famously, hold it for a month, hold it for 3 months. That's a kind of yoga. and you can hold it for a while and see how it affects your life, how it affects your problems. Right, you let something else pilot the meat sack for a while and focus on the whole. Because Xenophanes says it's the whole of God, or it's the whole, maybe the whole of God, whole of the mind. But shift your attention. We talked about phronesis being something innate, that whatever you direct your attention to can allow you to do vice or virtue. And try directing your attention to this for a while. See how you go. See what happens if you write music from this. If you play music, if you, whatever it is you do. If I'm a musician, so that's my go-to. As you walk in the world, as you converse with people, as you do your activities, what's it like to have this question in mind? What is the whole of seeing and thinking? And then we say, well, what is the whole of mind, maybe? That sees, hears, and thinks. Can you do this activity and apply it even to the thoughts that come up? Hey, do you choose your thoughts or do they come up? Sure, you can direct them. You can have a planning. I plan to direct my focus on this kind of podcast or reading this text or this kind of question. But can you recognize there is the similar background and foreground and a overall whole on a higher dimension of your thinking right now? Can you add thinking into that question? Right, the thoughts bubble up. But what are they bubbling up in? Where do the thoughts come from? And where do they go? Is it from the whole into the whole? Is it in a background of a whole? Then someone came along and said, well, I can do one better than this. So let's move it to the side so we've got some more room. This is the teacher of even Parmenides. I can do one better and say, you know what? Whatever is this whole, there's one thing you can say about it. You can say, what is, whether it's God, whether it's the mind, what is the, capital T, what is the whole that sees, hears, and thinks? One thing you can say about it is it's right now. If anything was ever present, it's this. I have thoughts. It's like music in your head, right? I have thoughts and images and sounds, all images. Images of nothing is still an image. The whole and the power of phronesis is the, ooh. Okay, that's a good question. So in the chat, engaging in this, what this mantra, this question, this way of directing your attention is a kind of ousia that might be unlocking a kind of power called phronesis, power of the oneness of the whole. That's a good question. Do it for yourself. Carry it. See how long you can carry it for. See what happens. See what happens to your functioning. See what happens to the thoughts. See what happens to your problems and doubts too. Maybe they'll diminish. Feeling a triad. Interesting. Let's hear it. What is so add this right now. Hey, what's happening? Where's the whole right now? Which is different because if you entertain your thoughts, it can take you on a fantasy or a daydream. Oh, this thought, where does it go? Oh, what if I meet this person? Oh yeah, what if I do that? Oh yeah, what about this? I was playing Overwatch and this guy was trolling me. What if I said this to him? But right now, if you just experience it as a wholeness, what does that do for you? And then, of course, someone came along and said, well, is it Is it the whole self? The whole of God, the whole of mind, is it the whole self that is seeing, hearing, and thinking right now? And someone came along after that and said, well, you know what? I can go one better. What is the whole of seeing? Give it a capital S, why not? Of seeing. Notice capital can make it honorific. Seeing the ultimate or the closest to being. What is the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking right now? Right. Yes. Yes, yes, it's something there. There's something there. It's like consciousness, kind of. You can feel it. It's the most immediate. It's bringing you into the present. It's bringing you to the immediate, but not the particulars, the manyness. It's taking you away from the manyness that you see through your senses, like we talked about as the activity of the philosopher, unifying your perception in a certain kind of way to the whole. And how do we do it in philosophy?
Come on, man.
Okay, Joe. How do we do it in philosophy? That's louder than it has to be. As a question. Turn that down a little bit. So we're turning it into a question. That's part of the activity of philosophy. There's not just the logos, but the humanness. You are a human. You are alive. There's a will and a power and interest and a fascination and an inspiration, all part of being human. Philosophy isn't dry. It's Apollo and Aphrodite together. They hold hands. They make out the beauty and the fun and the inspiration of the beautiness. So we turn it into a question. All right. So in the chat, we're anticipating the next question with the next path. What is the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking right now? And what is watching that? So if you can entertain this question, this exercise, this mantra, this yoga of this question, what is the whole of seeing and hearing and thinking all together as a whole right now? And what is watching? Is there another level to that? From the particulars to the whole, to that which is beyond the whole. We've been talking about what's the non-stagnant ousia. It reverts upon itself, but it spirals upwards. The stagnant ousia of our problem logos or our pathologos or anti-logos is a self-sustaining ousia. Doesn't scroll up, doesn't roll on. So is there something watching that is different to the whole, but is somehow viewing, experiencing the whole? What's that? And then, of course, someone came along and said, well, I've done a bit of work. I've seen the YouTube series on the Awakening Philosophy podcast to do with the first hypothesis. So I know there's something about this one self of the first hypothesis. So let's take this mantra and hone it up a little bit more. What is the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking. Right now. And what is the one self that watches, that's watching? Notice we took the one self and we've made it a question. Add the life to it, add the humanness to it. So it's like imagining a box in my mind and then look at it, all of the sides at once. Yes, very nice. And seeing all 6 sides and knowing it, or what knows it. Right. Yes. Multidimensionally. So it's all of the sides of seeing and hearing and thought and wondering about that. And also this extra question tacked on. And what is the one self that's watching? Or what is the one? And of course, make it your own. So you might want to say, well, you know what? I don't like the idea of one self. I like the idea of one. So I'm just going to say, what is the one watching? Or what is the self? One makes it to, I don't know, something for me. I don't like it. I know the self is the one self. I don't have to say one self. You can polish up the question, right? Take out all the unnecessary words. Make it your own. The more polished, the more you can, like the nicer. It's like a bright, shiny gem, polishing a gem. In a lot of RPGs, you get a gem and you upgrade it. And you can make it even more pure. Purify and perfect and purify this question just as you perfect and purify the soul through the perfection and purification of the dialectic. See, nicely ousia.
Wow.
So you might want to say, well, okay, I like having right now at the end. I'm going to put right now at the end of this because right now makes it immediate for me. So what is the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking, and what is the self that's watching right now? That feels nice for me. I like it as I haven't seen it yet. Right. Good point from the chat. The fact that we are not taught about this, or we might not remember this experience, maybe it's in there somewhere, but not consciously remembering it. We won't bring our assumptions with it. We won't bring our problems, our prejudices, our false beliefs with it. Keeps you very open and pure. It's a very purifying question, as well as perfecting, directing your attention, maintaining it, holding it. As a question, concentration evolves into meditation if you can keep with it. And then you can join with your object. Imagine joining with the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking, and also that which is watching, which is the whole of God. Imagine joining with the whole of God. Maybe even beyond that, the whole of mind. Maybe even beyond that, the whole self. Wouldn't that be nice to contemplate? What would that experience be like? So this is the instruction of Xenophanes, functioning 3,000 years through time. Right? Xenophanes taught Parmenides, who taught Socrates. We have this dialogue, by the way. We have someone who heard it from someone who heard it from someone. And then, of course, we get a lot of Socrates logos from Plato. And then, of course, it took a sharp turn with Aristotle down the Third Reich. Aristotle taking the metaphysics out of it, really making it material. And he taught Alexander the Great. He went around killing people and so on and so on. The Latin tradition, which inherited I think from the Third Reich, was the Latin tradition. And so on and so on. That's our tradition. We took a sharp turn here. if anyone wants to do a documentary about this sharp turn and what if philosophy was not about that which exists, and then what would have happened if we continued on? This is what we are doing, right? And one of the things of midwifery or removing our problems is you realize that as when you're growing up, you were here for a reason. You're here to develop and remember, and you were learning in your development. You were learning about the self, but there was a point where you were stopped. Right? No more. You can't go any further into the self, your self goals. No. Sacrifice your goals for the goals of the family. Sacrifice your self mind for the state of mind that our family. Hey, we're a bunch of bigots, or we're angry about the Mexicans, or we all like to do sports games. So all this other stuff. This is the state of mind you're in. We're a grumpy, or we're a whatever it is, whatever the state of mind is of your family, but also your logos. Shut up about that. Don't ask that question. Right? Equally so, history was going on this progression we see here, going on its own progression. It's personal development. Then we have the pathologos, initiation, seeing. And of course, this is not something personal. It's all human beings. It's part of being human. Don't be precious about it. Of course, in the chat, it was mentioned in, I think it's the Alcibiades, where Socrates is talking about midwifery, philosophical midwifery. He says, hey, be careful. When you realize there are certain false beliefs you carry about yourself that are wind eggs, don't be precious about it. That's a difficulty. Why? If you have to midwife this baby and you realize it's not healthy, it has to be aborted, often young mothers get very precious about their first child and they don't want to give it up. Don't be precious about it. Keep an open mind. As we're saying in the chat, don't take your assumptions with you. You realize you don't know and you're here to learn, kind of thing. So reason and logic get in the way if the family uses it right. If it's the pathologos, if it's a logic that shuts down these essential elements, gets in the way. And it's an ancestral law. Yes, it's a law about being human, but it's also, hey, just as we don't be precious about it, this thing here served an important evolutionary function to keep the human species alive. So we say, Dr. Marshall Rosenberg, who developed nonviolent communication, has this expression that fits here. It's a solution to a problem that no longer applies. This, as part of the human species, served a function to keep people from exploring out of the cave and getting eaten by saber-toothed tigers in the millions of years or however it was that humans evolved in. But now we're not in that situation. Just like our personal pathologos kept you alive in the family. If your dad was a great imam, let's say, and his whole life was built around his respect in the culture of being is it imam? Islam, I think? Around the Islamic faith. And then you realize, hey, in pursuing my own self goals, I realize that there are some problems with the logos and the states of mind of the people in this religious tradition. If you spoke, but the thing was, when your dad looked the biggest and brightest and most like the divine was when he was preaching from the Quran. Imagine speaking up using this there. Excuse me, this thing you're in is a crock of shit. I have these questions. I want to ask these questions that can poke a hole in the whole tradition. Whether it's Islam or Judaism or Christianity or Mormonism or hundreds and hundreds you can put in there. It doesn't even have to be religious. This way of being where we all hate the neighbors. I've met the neighbors and I've got some questions. Hey, this way of being where we all hate women, what about mum? Do you hate mum? Why did you marry her? Why are you with her if you hate women so much? You're using your mind, you're pursuing your own goals, and you're asking your own questions, which is exactly what you need to develop as a species. It's the most important thing. It's what we're doing. All of us. If you don't, you're going to be a dog. You'll be loyal to ignorance. Dogs are great, but they're blindly loyal. You don't want to be loyal to that which is evil or vice or wrong. Evil, we shouldn't use the word evil. It's loaded. Right? So, likewise for personal development. And as such, when we recognize through the development of the logos, right, to use a metaphor from philosophy, from the chat, it was like you were looking at the clay, the wax, the distorted image that has all these influences from your family, from history, from evolution of humanity, and you thought, oh, this must be the self, and you identify with it, but it's not the real self. It's the false self, it's the wax, or false self. It's a metaphor used in one of the Platonic dialogues. Has all these impressions, right. But that's important because that's an idea of perfection. This idea of self is perfectly the way it must be because all of these forces have caused, all these forces have perfectly made the wax be the way it is. It's not true, but it's perfect. It's a perfect representation of all the forces on it, including the evolutionary forces, cultural, the family, the time period. But when we pursue our perfection of our soul in philosophy and the perfection of the dialectic, we recognize that, problems keep coming up. Problems that are in fact solutions to a past problem that no longer applies. I can't continue my evolution. Humanity can't continue its evolution if it keeps this bullshit. If it keeps loyal to false beliefs about the self, the mind, and the logos. We can't be divided into tribes anymore. Caveman tribes. This is the evolutionary period. Hey, my tribe. We have a name. We are the this. We are the Jews. We are the Christians. We are the Irish. We are the... You name it. We can't divide ourselves because we are all self. We're all self. We can't hate each other. It's ignorance. Which means we have to go back to where we left off. We had a kind of personal development, but we left off here. Left off. You have to go back to, when you realize this, you have to go back to where we left off in our development. And pick it up again. Pick it up again. All right, that's what we're doing. And that applies to our personal development, our historical, our race, but also to philosophy. So here, we were developing from Xenophanes through Parmenides. So Xenophanes Question, it is a whole that sees and hears. And then, of course, through Parmenides, we have, is that the whole? Is the whole the mind? Is it the whole of God? And then into Socrates and Plato, adding the idea of the one self. And then we took a sharp left turn at Plato with Aristotle into the Latin tradition. And someone could make a movie about this. And what if we continued? So we're going back to where we left off, which is why we're reading Plato and why we're here. So going back to where we left off, there's literally here. And that's what we're doing with this question here. Right, the paralyzed part that needs to move, but is exactly paralyzed part that needs to move, but is held by the pathologos. Exactly right. And you can only surface that if you're doing the logos, because you can meet a lot of goals with keeping your problem, but it's only when you are developing through the logos that you can surface your pathologos. And the more you develop, the deeper and the more meaningful the pathologos surfaces. They go together. But there's a justice to it, because the better your evolution of your logos and dialectic, the better you're able to apply it to your problem. There's a kind of fairness. So you could say you only have the problems that you can sufficiently deal with. You need courage, right? The doctrines. Right, how do you find an invisible thing? You have to surface it in something visible. So this is why we're going back to Xenophanes. This is the tradition. This is our tradition. This is a golden age tradition. This is our humans, our intellectual and spiritual tradition. And also, this is our golden age. Also, you could say, this is our birthright. It's what we need to purify ourselves from our problems. Right, R-I-T-E, is that right? Birthright? Let me see, is birthright spelt that way, or is it the other kind of right? It's our birthright, this golden age tradition that we dropped. Right, R-I-G-H-T it looks like. Okay. Suffering would be a part of me, and so if I eject it, gains motion and comes back to the whole, like a moon around a planet captured in orbit. Right, as you learn more about the self through the logos, you learn more about what the self isn't, or this guy here. You learn more about how this doesn't fit. We want to separate ourselves from it in this exercise that we're learning in the Phaedo, but also we need to apply our mastery of the dialectic to it to trace our problems back through our life to this turning point and add what we've learnt to the logos, our mind, our goals, to answer this scene so we can pick up where we left off. Right. Otherwise, it will sling back like a counterattack, like a boomerang. So, this is the question. What is the whole? This is something that we can take with us as we go. Like a dialectic or a mantra that we can take with us as we walk. A walking wonder. What is the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking right now? And what is the one self that's watching? Make it your own. Polish it up. I don't need the idea of self or there, or I don't need the need of one there, or I don't need this word right now. I can just make it now. Or I can put this at the end. Or maybe make this what's. Polish it up, make it your own. See what works. Carry it with you. Like sharpening a sword. Make it nice and sharp. Draw a picture of a nice sharp sword. Sharp blade. Sharpen or hone it up. Okay, that's Xenophanes. See the evolution? There's the whole that sees and hears. Turn it into a question. What is the whole that sees and hears? Maybe add your understanding. It is the whole of God that sees. What is the whole of God that sees and hears? Or maybe what is the whole of mind, depending on your understanding through the Logos? What is the whole that sees and hears and thinks? Make it present right now. Is it the whole self that sees, hears, and thinks right now? What is the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking right now? And what is watching that right now? What is the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking right now? And what is the one self that watches? Or what is it that watches? Make it your own. Take it with you. And share your feedback. Carry it for a month. And share your understanding and insight with your friends in the chat. So, we have a dialectic here that we can anticipate as being used in the text. Socrates just gave a kind of definition of an argument. So let's see if we can see it in the text. The ancient doctrine is that if we're here, we have to come from somewhere. Let's look at the text. If they are here, we've arrived from there. And those who are born here are from the dead. So we're born again from the dead. If we are born again, our souls must have existed somewhere. Just as wherever we're going must have come from somewhere. They could not have come back from anywhere. They did not exist. This is proof that this happens to be the case. The living can in no way come into existence from any source other than the dead. We could see the DDAS in that argument. But we could even say, well, I wonder if this is a kind of demonstration. And say, hey, that's not going to be sufficient. Let's write down what it is. If here soul must have been somewhere, that has to be, can't be anywhere other than, that's a can't, it's a not, so we put it into the positive, has to be the dead. Therefore, soul exists while dead. Or in that place. In Hades. Let's say place. In that place. Now, we also have the counter arguments from who was it? Simius. No, Cebes. Cebes has the idea that breath or smoke scattered to the wind. So let's make CB's idea of soul and death. The feeling. What is the feeling of the whole, and what feels it separated? To use the logos to uncover it gently. Whole of the cosmos. Oh yes, the whole of the cosmos. What is the whole? Is it the whole of the cosmos that acts at seeing, hearing, and thinking? Is it the whole soul? Is it the whole mind? Is it the whole of God? The body does exist already, existing start before the Big Bang, eternal stuff. Right, the body is comprised of something that came from, that already existed here before the soul came into it. His idea of is a breath or smoke. Or smoke. That dissipates. That scatters to the wind. That scatters. To the wind. Okay. Well, he thinks it's just breath. You breathe out when you die, and there's no soul that remains. Okay? So is this idea that the soul had to be somewhere? Whoops. Oh, that's Mindy's channel. I don't know why that's up there. Mindy Mandel, all about Platonism. She just put out a video, to timestamp this one, about temperance. What is temperance? I was watching that before I started this podcast. So, is this sufficient? That it would not have come back from anywhere if it did not exist, and this is sufficient proof that the living can in no way come into existence from any other source than the dead. Or do we need another logos? By all means. Now then, if you want to learn this easily, do not only consider human beings. Oh, you've already seen it. Cool. I like the Parmenides video. Is that the most recent one before the temperance one? I really want to do watch along videos when this channel gets more if there are more people who follow along in Twitch chat, or if there's a reason to move into YouTube chat, if people find YouTube live streams easier. When we get enough people, I really want to do live watch alongs. So it'd be cool to watch Mindy's videos, or other awesome philosophy videos, or videos from popular philosophers that we can apply, that maybe is worth understanding through the vision of the logos, to recognize what's true about what they're saying, what's false, and the reasons, and also the implications of having a million followers following a false philosophy. That would be fun. So as soon as we get enough people and enough interest, I love to do the watch along videos because I love watching them. And yeah, it'd be really a lot of fun, I think. Don't know how fun they would find it, having a bunch of philosophers dissect the logos, but you know, they can only learn, or we can learn. Do not only consider human beings, but take into account all animals, all plants, and in short, whatsoever possesses generation. Okay, big idea, generation. We're in the world of being. World of becoming. Let us see with regard to all these things if accordingly all opposites come to be from no other than their opposites. Opposites is a big idea, inasmuch as they happen to possess such a thing, such as the beautiful is somehow opposite to the ugly, and the just to the unjust. Right? Opposites. These are opposite ideas. Surely then, so also do countless other qualities have to be in this way. Let us examine this. If it must be the case that such qualities that have an opposite come to be from no other self-source than from that which is opposite to self, such as, when something gets larger, it must necessarily and consequently become larger from having been lesser. So greater and lesser. So already we can use our logos vision that we've developed to, what do we look for? Self-er terms. Key terms of the text and self-er terms, which are key terms of the self, which is what we want to understand. Know thyself. So beautiful, that's a self-er term. Just. Also earlier in the text, he talked about he used in one breath beautiful, just, and good. So we can recognize this from earlier. Oh, from the chat. Watched Pierre Grimes and thought, if only there was people doing this. Then Mindy's channel popped up. Then I thought, if only there were interaction. Bam, Jetstream. Very weird. Ah, cool. All started when I was reading Plato. That's interesting. Right. A quote from Pierre Grimes. When you start to notice those coincidences, that follow when you're into the text, and when you're not just into the text but had the questions like, oh, if only this, or I would like this. Noticing the synchronicities or coincidences that follow when you're get into these texts, get into the logos and start asking these questions. Pierre Grimes says you're noticing the logos. When you start asking the question of why that must be happening and the nature of the logos and that in its effect, you're following the logos. So you can force God to think then. Well, I don't know if you're forcing God. I think maybe there's a caring element to reality. But hey, when you're asking this question, how do these synchronicities happen? Right. Then you are following the logos. That's a question. And this is important because, yeah, we're doing a lot of work on the understanding, but it's human as well. It has an effect on us. There is something that unfolds in our life, synchronicities, help, guidance, coincidences, the effect of this higher dimension reaching down into our dimension. Like if you look in the mirror at your 2D reflection and you say, wow, that's a very beautiful reflection, you might notice the two-dimensional image of you smiling and glowing because of the effect of the three-dimensional you being happy at what you said. Which also feeds symptom. What's a symptom? It also feeds into this question of what is the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking. Are you receiving the providence? Are you the cause of the providence? Are you the whole that is the providence? I don't know. So maybe noticing these synchronicities while having that question we've been talking about. Xenophanes question. Maybe that's a way of going from noticing. Right, symptom. Right. Some sort of aspect of the divine. So having this question while noticing the synchronicities might be the movement from noticing the logos to following the logos. Right, I get you. So beautiful and just, they're opposites. And they must come from each other from the opposite because the larger comes from the lesser. So that's his reasoning. Yes. Is it not the case that the lesser comes to be, then it will come to be from the greater, before and lesser later, the time, before and later. Right. That's another part of it. Dialoguing back with the logos is interesting. Asking questions. It is surely this way. And surely the weaker comes to be from the stronger, and the swifter from the slower. Sure. Interesting. So he's developing an argument, and he's using sulfur terms, and he's gone from one example, you become more beautiful from being ugly. Another one, larger from smaller, brought in time, one then and then the other. And then stronger, weaker from stronger, swifter from slower. What next? If something inferior comes to be, would it not be from the superior? So now he's coming from the particulars to something that can be applied to all of them. And the more just from the unjust. There's our justice again. So inferior to superior, like, weaker to stronger, but then applied to the soul, justice. So we're following the reasoning, but we're also wondering how he's doing it. Interesting. Speak out loud and let self answer. Yeah, a lot of people really resonate with that idea. Like when reading out loud, I stop reading and I am just listening to me speak. Oh, that's interesting. Often people in the flow state talk about that. Playing cricket or playing football or something and watching yourself do it. Seeking excellence seems to be a part of that though. Don't know if that's significant for you. Therefore, we have sufficiently, you are reading something significant. Therefore, there's an excellence in the material you're choosing to read by reading a Platonic text. Therefore, we have sufficiently established this, that all things come to be in this way. Opposite conditions or states of affairs come to be from opposite states of affairs. So he's established a principle. So he's taken him along and established a principle. If you don't know the words before speaking them, is it a flow state? That's an interesting question. Right, often relating it to my experience with athletes. Is it evidence of a flow state if they did something that they never have planned to do before and they didn't even know was within their skill set, but it happened? Therefore, we have sufficiently established this, that all things come to be in this way. Opposite conditions or states of affair come to be from opposite conditions or states of affairs. Say that 3 times fast. By all means. What is the next point then? Says Socrates to Cebes. Is it something like this? Inherent in these opposites, between both of these pairs of opposites, there are 2 kinds of generative processes. On the one hand, from one to the other, and in turn, from the other again to the first. Between the greater and the lesser condition, there's an increase and decrease. On the other hand, when we admit the one surpassing and the other to be surpassed. So back and forth. Right. Seeing and finding out at the same time. Right, that's a kind of the game that we're in, right? In philosophy, as we're reading, as we're going. And the more we have developed the logos and the dialectic behind us, the easier it is to see, because we've leveled up. Right. And And it's our wonder of how we share in the Logos and that we share in the Logos that can put us in a state of mind of wonder as we go, to be receptive to that all at once wholeness of seeing and reading and finding out at the same time. Being, as was said in the Phaedo, being most well prepared for the self-divine. Is it not the case that there is a separating and joining and cooling and heating and all such like things, even if now and then we do not possess a name for them, but in fact must exist everywhere in this way, and they have come to be from one another, and there is a generative process of becoming from each into another. Okay, established a principle from the examples, so the many into a one, and then applying it to the whole. Therefore, from these many particulars, we can establish one principle, and that a principle not just applies to our particulars, but applies to the whole. So many to the one to the whole. Of course, we have a question about what kind of one it is. That's a principle. It's one principle, but it's a kind of oneness. So we wouldn't say the one itself, because that would be the last in our chain. So many to the all. Oneness that represents the all, the principle. Many to a oneness to the whole. Many to the all to the whole. I'm not sure. As a measure. What next? Okay, so now we've established that from the many to the one principle to the whole, we can then go back to the many again. So interesting, he's saying, hey, look, there's two ways of coming. There's a lesser to the greater, but also a greater to the lesser. So what he's talking about, we're also seeing it in his Logos. He's gone from the lesser, the many, to the one, to the principle. And then the lesser to the greater, to be applying it to all of the particulars. But now he's applying it to one of the many again. So the whole principle to a particular one, the particular argument we're focused on, souls. So you can say it's the many to the one, to the many to the one, from the particulars, from the one example of, what was his first example? Beautiful and ugly. Hey, you seen uggos? You seen hotties? Right? So one example, and now many examples. Many, one to the many. And then from those many examples, hey, you've seen uggos and hotties, and you've seen big people and small people. So one to the many, and then from those many to the one again, then we have one principle. And by the way, that one principle that we've established, can we apply it to justice? Apply it to one particular we're interested in with the soul. So one to the many again. But then can we go from the many to the whole? Does it apply to all things? Principle. And then after we've established a principle, back to the one again. Back to the many again. The specific argument we're interested in. There's a one, many, back and forth. As he's talking about two kinds of generative processes between the greater and the lesser, increase and decrease, and just like, and by the way, from the principle to the many again, from the principle to the many, from the one to the many, separating, joining, and heating and cooling. So then from the many to the principle. There's a principle of generative process. Okay, and now from the principle to the particular. What next? Is there an opposite to being alive? Okay, so we're refining it as we go from one to the other, the greater to the less, lesser to the greater, one to the many, many to the one. We are unifying, but also applying it to what we're specifically interested in. then we can recognize that within the dialectic process itself. What's the process? Definition. That's a 1. Then we have to apply it to something. Demonstration. Self to another. We have to go to the many. How does it apply? But then here we have to divide it into many arguments. And from those many arguments and divisions, here is an example, here is an example, here's an example. We pull one of them out as the most important thing, synthesis, that we can apply back to the start. So there's one to many. Let's say that again. One to many of definition to demonstration. Or in our lives, we are defining the dialectic, defining the soul, defining what it means to be a philosopher. Then we have to experience it, put it into our lives, go from that one definition into our demonstration, live it, apply it in the many instances. Every interaction you have, every time you want to create art, every time you do even the mundane things, every time you wash the dishes, can you do it in a dialectical fashion? Can you do it in a philosophical fashion? Can you do it with excellence? Can you do it with this question in mind? Equally so, you can go from the many divisions, many key ideas. There'll be one significant key idea that you pull out in this section. So the many to the one. One to the many, many to the one. Then you apply it back to the start. You've got a new one to begin your definition. So this one to the many, many to the one, revert, do it again. So we can see this in the principle of the dialectic, and we can see it with the way Socrates is reasoning. This is my definition. If you're alive, you have to have come from being dead. Now, give you a bunch of demonstrations. You know, like beautiful comes from the ugly, right? So it's a principle. Oh, and also, what was the other one? Beautiful from the ugly, good from the bad. Was it good from the bad or just from the unjust? Beautiful from just from the unjust, right? So here's a couple of demonstrations. Just from the unjust. Then we can have a principle. And that principle, we can divide that principle out. Here are the other ones. Faster, slower, greater, less. Pull out a principle from that. Pull out a rule from that. So, one to many, many to one. It's interesting that what he's defining, he is demonstrating. He is demonstrating what he is defining. And now, from the principle, we have a sufficiently. So again, the idea is sufficiently. Why does sufficiently play a part? Well, we're doing this for a reason. It has to achieve something. That's why we have to not only ask the right questions in dialectic, we have to judge the answers. Was the answer sufficient? Are we sufficiently answered to move forward? When you ask someone, hey, by the way, let's have fun with the logos. By the way, let's go to the start. The soul exists after death, right? Well, yeah, sure it does. Okay, you asked a good question. Because you might want to go on and talk about what the nature of the afterlife is, or what the nature of the soul is, or what the purpose of life is, what the purification of the philosopher is. It's a good leading question. Hey, you realize that the soul exists after your body dies, right? All right, so that's a good question. Asking a question. We practice it as we're going. We're developing questions and putting them in our question stack. And the person goes, oh, yeah, sure. You have to judge their answer. That doesn't sound like it's a sufficient answer. Or his answer could be, oh yeah, for Christians. For non-Christians, they're worm food. But for Christians, oh yeah, that's heaven for them. That's not sufficient. So you can judge. Sufficient is one of those judgments. Also, The dialectic itself has a purpose, which is why we can see the same keyword sufficient. It's a keyword, by the way. You'll see it all over Plato and Socrates. Here we go. It falls, this is the quote from Parmenides 135a, one that we've been using a lot. It falls to the ability of an individual with a naturally good disposition, state of mind, which we've been talking about, wonder. Having this Xenophanes question puts you in a good disposition, state of wonder. Wonder about what? The self, the whole that's watching, or the whole that sees, hears, and thinks, or the whole that watches, or the self, or any of those. It falls to the ability of an individual with a good natural disposition, question and wonder maybe, to be able to learn that there's a certain kind of each idea. We've been talking about them. Justice, beauty, we've used a whole bunch. Greatness right now, goodness. And of course, the more you're practiced at dialectic on these, the easier it would be to read the Phaedo. And of course, from the Phaedo, you're going to get material about goodness and badness and ugly. Oh, beauty and ugly. Oh, okay. In the world of generation, beauty comes from the ugly. I'm going to put that into my document that I have in my notes on beauty. So I want to do a dialectic of beauty. In fact, because that's what Parmenides told us to do. Exercise ourselves in the way that Zeno has been doing. There's a certain kind of each idea, and that of self-ousia, according to self. They will deserve even greater admiration who, having made this discovery, shall be able to teach yet another person how to thoroughly well distinguish these particulars, dialectic, in a sufficient, efficient way. So right at the beginning of Socrates' journey, we see this word of sufficient. So he was told to do so in a sufficient way. And so at the end of his life in the Phaedo, we've seen that it has become part of his way of talking. He's integrated. He's done pretty well, considering this quote is from the start. Okay, so the dialectic has a significance, has a purpose, has a meaning. We're not doing this as... I've heard some people actually say, and some people, there's one guy in the chat before who said, oh no, I was told that the Parmenides is merely a logical exercise. It's not actually about the self. It's a logical exercise. Which is fascinating because it's perfect. It's a perfect representation of somebody who's gone through an educational system that deviated from Plato, as we talked about, as part of the natural progression of human evolution. Why? Because we have logos and pathologos. We have our goal and our problem. We have our fate, our destiny and our fate, which means if there was a golden age of logos, there's going to be a counterattack within yourself and within the species. There was a counterattack after Socrates. They literally killed him. And then the Greeks were killed by the Romans. In the Latin tradition, which seeks to disregard the mind, ignore the mind, mock the mind, all those kind of counterattacks. So someone who is interested in philosophy and then goes to college, they're going to be told, oh yeah, this is what we think of Plato, right? Oh, it's just a logical exercise. That's perfect. Ooh. In the chat, Fate, Destiny, Necessity, the Three Sisters. Is that from the last book of the Republic? The handmaidens, the weavers. It's a perfect encapsulation, like we talked about. We are the forces on the wax of us. All these forces are a perfect representation of the forces that the way that we are now. So there's this idea of perfection as an immaculate ideal. Doesn't really apply to humans, but you can see perfection in everything if you realize that everything that happened to us leaves a mark, like on a ball of wax. So it's information. If you trace it back, you have because of that, you have an ability to revert upon causes. And we are reverting upon the cause of the self in our learning, in the philosophy, in the dialectic. Where do we come from? The self. Where are we going? The self. What are we? The self. What is that? Trace the causes back. And likewise, someone who said, oh, well, I'm interested in philosophy. Oh, if that's the case, there will be certain forces on him. He probably would have learned about it. He did. And if he went to colleges that we have nowadays, which are, of course, in that Latin tradition, the counterattack, which is why we're doing this channel to reawaken philosophy, reawaken the logos. And thankfully, we have a great text to do so from the Balboa translation. If he would have learned from, he would have been told something that would have dismissed the Parmenides, because Parmenides, all the way through, he talks about the self. Socrates comes in with the problem. I think ideas are just concepts. Literally Socrates' problem. And what does Parmenides do? Well, he says, hey, you've got to permit the ideas of real beings to be. With that quote we just read. You have to, this one here, we read earlier. You have to permit the idea of real beings to exist. You have to keep your mind fixed on the objections that say everything is just a counterattack or just logical. You have to define each particular idea in the dialectic. That's dianoia. You have to allow the idea of each one of the real beings to be of the self as well. This is the power of dialectics. So how can you dismiss this quote? Well, first of all, you make sure that the people don't read it, right? And we know, and when philosophy was banned in 529 AD in the Dark Ages, you weren't allowed to carry the books. You couldn't be caught with a philosophy book. You couldn't even be caught with the Bible for like 1,000 years. You'd be murdered. How dare you? Don't read it. If you do read it, here are these translations that heavily influence people. But also, it's better to just follow what I say. And I say it's just a logical exercise. It's just a logical exercise is a fantastic way of dismissing the content, dismissing the self, dismissing being, dismissing the mystic aspect of philosophy. This is logical. Which means everything you believe about reality, about how you should live, how the world should be run, who you should listen to, the rulers, the religious, who should be the authorities on religion, not you. You have to maintain it, keep it. You can't change anything. The way it is the way it should be, says the people in authority. This text, which can develop your own understanding and experience, is just logical. It's just thinking. It's just a waste. It's like chewing gum. It has no nutrition. It's just logical. It's just an exercise, just for fun. So that's why we don't read it. Bullshit. But it's a fantastic way of maintaining the ignorance. All of the things you wake up to, the nature of the divine, the nature of the self, the nature of reasoning, the three big ones really, the self-triad, dismissed. There is no self-logos, it's just logic. There's no divine, it's just logic. There's no one self as the ultimate destiny. It's just logic. Let the priest tell you what God is. Don't know it for yourself. Let the king tell you how the world should be run. Don't understand it for yourself. Definitely don't discover there's a paradigm for ruling. Don't discover because if there's a paradigm, we'd have to treat ruling and spiritual things the same way we treat everything else in the world. You can't just decide you're a pilot of a plane. You have to learn the paradigm, understand it. Separate your own personal opinions about what planes are to understand the truth and put it into experience. Same thing for being an architect. Same thing for being anything, a bricklayer. Same thing for being literally everything except for the divine and ruling. So you can say the divine and philosophy. Use of our intellect and our use of intelligibility. The two aspects of philosophy. True philosophy. And of course, two of them together, ruling. How we should be mastered. Should we be mastered by ignorant people? Should we be mastered by fear of tyrants? Or should we be mastered by the logos, understanding the paradigm, the dialectic, and direct experience of being in the self? Oh no, direct experience. That's for the religions, not you. And even then, it's not knowable for them. It's just faith. Oh, what about understanding? Oh no, that's just logic. There's no progression into higher evolutions through the following of the logos. That's just forget about that. Hey, look at that over there. Isn't that interesting? Did you forget your question? No, actually, I've practiced holding my question because that's what it means to be a philosopher. To hold a question is to be on a quest. To hold a question is to meditate. To hold a question is to perfect yourself, to be ready for contemplation. Oh yeah, but what about this over here? Oh, look at that on the news. Oh wow. Oh, look at this new product. Capitalism, right? Oh no, I've still got this question. It's the implications of philosophy and why people who didn't realize the significance of philosophy for their own souls and for the human species went ahead and had played out their ignorance and did the counterattack in history. But thankfully, we don't have to play that game anymore. We can reawaken our destiny, reawaken philosophy. That's the significance of this channel. Right, from the chat, they call them professors because they can get between you and the text and profess the faith, profess the truth. Right. Of the church, yes. Right, that's right. Good point. Concepts are type of logos as what is beholding before you get the idea itself. Right. Right, you can start with concepts like beauty until you realize, which is what we're doing here. Start with concepts, start in the physical world, but realize that the physical world has a purpose to point you to the world of being. That's what we do here with principles. So, all things in generation. Okay, what next? Is there an opposite to being alive, as being awake is to being asleep? So we notice analogy. He uses analogy. So greater to the lesser. He just talked about, hey, is there a greater and a lesser, an inferior and a greater? Yes. What's that? Analogy. So where is our arguments? Down here. So he's using the analogy, which is a movement from lesser to greater. Exactly what we're talking about. And what's the analogy? Being awake is to sleep. As the double dots mean as being alive is to dead. So this is lesser to greater analogy, a demonstration of what he's defining, which is cool. What is it? Being dead. That's the last part. We jumped ahead a little bit. Being dead. Is it not the case then that these also come into existence from one another? If indeed they are opposite, then they are two processes of generation between self-beings. Interesting. So in the first hypothesis, we looked at self terms that were not exactly opposites, but greater and lesser, like this. But there is a transition of self-beings through opposites we call generation. So we're nailing that down. Significant. Write that down. It's kind of an extra, not completely, not just for this argument, but as a principle, the self logos idea. Maybe a little I that we can add to our self logo set is coming into existence from opposite of self idea is generation. That's significant because if you've been through the first hypothesis series, we recognize that there was a kind of relationship between whole and part that were not seen as opposites, but seen as greater and lesser, allowing us to relate to one in a certain kind of way that could relate to the one self, allowing a kind of logos, but also saying that the logos doesn't apply, which is one of our questions. How can you say that there is a logos of it, but there's not a logos? How can you say that you're supposed to know the self, know thyself, but you can't have knowledge of it? There's an interesting way that's different, fundamentally different from this idea of coming from opposites. Because these are not opposites. Whole is not the opposite of part. In the first hypothesis anyway. In the realm of generation, it might be. It might be. We don't know yet. Let's see where he goes. This is interesting. No, put that in your question sack. Make it into a question. About how the self-logos terms self-beings here. So that's ontos, beings. In generation. So, right, there is a process of generation between two self-beings in the realm of generation, of becoming. How could it not be otherwise? Now then, on the one hand, I will tell you about the one yoked pair which we are just now talking about, and also about the generative process of self. Whereas, on the other hand, you will tell me about the other yoked pair. Interesting. So we can already sort of recognize the abduction. I'll tell you about one. You tell me... Whoops. You tell me about one. Okay, I don't think my microphone was off for a second. Let me redo that one. On the one hand, that these also come into existence from one another. They are opposites. And there are two processes of generation between the two self-beings. Like being alive, being dead. As being awake is being asleep. I will tell you about one yoked pair that we were just now talking about, and also the generative process of self, whereas on the other hand, you will tell me about the other yoked pair. I'll give you one half of the abduction analogy, you do the other. Thus, I will tell you about being asleep and being awake. And that being awake comes to be from being asleep, and that asleep comes to existence from being awake. And to these selves there are, on the one hand, the process of falling to sleep, and on the other hand, that of rising out of sleep. Does this seem reasonable to you or not? Okay, so question coming into the text. Let's go all the way back to the start. And say, what are we doing? Socrates says to Phaedo, what kind of logos did the man speak before he met his death, and how did he meet his end? What were his self-death, what were his logos, and what were his deeds? There's a nice triad for us. Yes, when you are dead, from the chat, when you're dead, you are one and collected together outside of the body. Well, he did say we should practice collecting ourselves out of the body. So I'm not quite sure if there are other options available. So we are looking for the logos, the deeds, and the nature of his death. We got a lot about his nature of death. He called it purification, and the art and practice of philosophy, and why philosophy is a mystic tradition. Now, if we have developed the virtues, we can trade one of those in for self-phronesis. Oops. So skipping back down to where we were. We can see in his kind of logos and his deeds. Well, his deeds was the use of his logos, right? So we saw his logos, and now we're seeing his deeds. How is he doing it? So he's using his understanding, and he's saying, hey, I'm going to give you the lesser. You give me the greater. So it's different from how we learn at school. Like, here are the answers, remember them, repeat them on the exam. No, this is a game. It's an activity. It's a quest. I will tell you about the one pair. You will tell me about the other yoked pair. So we're learning about how we should use our dialectic, how we should use our mastery. Should we go around people bonking them on the head for being wrong? Hey, dum-dum. You think that there's nothing after the life. Yeah. There's just the physical world. That's why you should, collect as much physical pleasure as you can. You don't go over to them and knock them on the head and say, hey, dum-dum. Like with a rolled up newspaper. No. That's not how Socrates is using his logos. He's saying, look, let's play a game. Let's, yes. I'll tell you one half, and you give me the other half. You give me the greater. I'm giving you the lesser, you give me the greater. So it's interesting how we use our logos. And of course, on a personal note, that's the line I struggle to walk in these podcasts. I'm discovering as I go, and of course, I'm bringing my understanding with me that I've been learning from Mindy's read along, all about Platonism, and studying with Dr. Grimes for a long time, and studying philosophy at college, and so on and so on. 20 years of background in philosophy, but I'm really discovering as I go. So if we're reading together, we're kind of on the same page, which is an interesting thing about philosophy. I guess it's like in a sports team. If you got someone who's really good, but it's a team sport, you're both playing the same game, and you share. You both make each other better. So on this personal note, I am trying my best to know when to give the answers and when not. Because of this, I don't want to be the guy who knocks people on the head with a newspaper, like some of the people in, like, I don't know, in animes when there's like a wise person like, no, Goku, you don't do it this way. But on the other hand, if we're learning it together, it's kind of our insights. And if you've been following along the series to this point, then, I mean, you've been doing as much work as I have. So, I don't really know the answer to that, but I think maybe it has a self-defensive mechanism. You wouldn't be this far into this read along if you weren't reading along. You'd probably have lost interest. So I'm not really speaking out of school when I put things together and share them. But ultimately going out into the world. Yeah. And if you're into this, like in the chat, just Furio's got background in Pierre Grimes' lectures and all about Platonism's work as well. And so you'd kind of be on the same page. But in the world, it's more fun to, like jazz, I guess. Musicians play jazz on stage. One person will play a line and throw it to the other person to sort of complement it. Call and response. It's call and response sort of idea here. I'm going to give you one, you give the other. Of course, having Socrates who already knows that they fit together, that awake and asleep is analogous to death and being alive, helps. It helps to have a good basketball player on your team. Marco Polo, exactly. So, but we see how he's using it. He's not just telling CBs he's a dork. Hey, you dimwit. Don't you know I am Socrates? I am the great Socrates. How dare you question me? I will smite you, CBs. You are lowly, CBs. I am the mighty Socrates. He doesn't say that. He says, hey. Yes, hey, I'm going to talk with you. I'm going to give you one half of the analogy and you give the other. Bring this together. Yes, to awaken the insight, the awe state of mind. It's hard to get that when you're being lectured at. Every day at church for me growing up. This is the boringest thing in the world. But when you're engaged in it as a sort of a fun game, you're more likely to develop an awe or wonder state of mind. Receptive to insights, which is what we were talking about, right? This whole purification through the dialectic is to be receptive to... Actually, let's make this a quote, because this is a really good one. To be receptive to the divine self. Here. A few pages back. Where was it? Purify ourselves from the body until the divine self should liberate us. Wow, okay, this is a long quote. While we live, as it seems likely, we shall be closest to knowing in the following way. When we neither associate nor commune with the body as much as possible, not any more than is necessary, we must not be filled with its nature, but we must purify ourselves from the body until the divine self should liberate us. And being thus purified, on the one hand, by having been liberated from the phronesis of the body. Oh, this is good. So after we read this, we went into the book 7 of the Republic, and he talked about phronesis, and there's a phronesis of the body directed to those who are clever but unwise, and they are more able to act with vice. And in this text, he talked about the intemperate temperance. You master some desires, so you develop some phronesis, but you direct it towards one of your other desires and not the logos. So you get better at being vice, at acting in vice. So we want to be, so this is a purification or liberation from the phronesis of the body. We shall be to be with such a kind, and through ourselves we shall know that all that is pure. And on the other hand, I hate this. We need a better expression. If you know a better expression than on the one hand and on the other hand, that's like quicker, because it's men and de. It's like 4 letters as opposed to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 words. So men on the one hand and de on the other hand, it is likely to be the truth. For it is not lawful for that which is pure, not pure, to attain that which is pure. This is the doctrine we should repeat and believe for all those who are philo math thesis. People who like to do a thesis on math are lovers of learning, philo thesis. So let's make this into a quote, because we want to repeat this to each other. But it's a long ass quote. Like the pastors, because they told stories and controlled people. Later, I just got into politics first, always into and philosophy from the ethical vegan point, because it's hard mode. That's funny. Temperance, the opposite of the other. Right, that's funny. Okay, so So you were trying to make a philosophical case for ethical veganism, and you realized how difficult it would be. It was hard mode. Okay, so as we live, as it seems likely, we will take that out because it's not needed. We should be closest to knowing in the following way. Okay, in the following way, we don't need that. So I'm just refining this quote so it fits. 11 years so far, wow. We know to associate the community body as much as possible. Not any more than is necessary. We must not be filled with this nature. We must purify ourselves from it. So I'm making the self the word it because I think that's the most appropriate one for that section in English. Of course, there might be a puzzle in reading. So in this section here, purify ourselves from self. Okay. Look, there might be 3 ways of reading this. This is one of the puzzles that's pointed to in the end of Book 6 of the Republic. There are certain puzzles that only come to light when you recognize certain keywords. So if you recognize the self is has that triadic function, then when you read this, try and read all 3. Read it as it, read it as the honorific, and read it as the one self, and see if you unlock a hidden question. This is one of the cool things about the way it's written. So it's like there's a sort of game, a Metroidvania. I think not Metroidvania. The one with the girl that rolls into a ball. Metroid, Super Metroid. The style of game like that where you progress in the game and then you discover something and then you go back to the previous areas, and then you there were sections of the previous areas you couldn't access until you later developed a skill. Metroid style, yeah. So yeah, Samus is the girl. Oops, spoiler. Anyway, so yeah, as you develop, you can go back to sections that you had been through early in the game, and there'll be other areas that you can only unlock having developed that skill. This is one of them. So I'm sort of sharing a bit of a discovery. Self is one of them because self has that tripartite function, reflecting the tripartite reflections of self in reality: the one self, the self being, and the world of becoming. So in the world of becoming, it has its equivalent in the word it, referring to the particular of the sentence. The honorific, self is the honorific. Achilles is self-shield, or self-justice, self-duty. And of course, the one self, the ultimate, that which this whole thing is about self. Everything we're doing is ultimately about self. So if there is a level of enlightenment representing the first hypothesis, or the 10th ox-herding picture, if you want to go to the ox-herding. I don't think I've mentioned the ox-herding pictures. In the Buddhist tradition, there are 10 ox-herding pictures representing spiritual evolution of a person. And in philosophy, we want to understand it with the logos, so we can recognize why that there are these 10 levels of enlightenment, or I think in the ox-herding pictures, 2 levels of ignorance and then 10 stages of enlightenment. The last one, or the last 2, 9 and 10, maybe point to the one self. So if there's a way of being in the one self where you recognize self everywhere, you just see it, you recognize it, you remember it, then there might be a way of seeing the one self in everything, which might be a way, like that's the ultimate skill, you could say, you unlock. And then when you go back to these texts, having recognized the one self, know thyself, the goal of the destiny of man, then you can read the word self in all of the parts where Socrates put self, or Plato put self. You can read it as that. It was there the whole time, but without recognizing the one self, you might not be able to make sense of the way in which it means the oneself. So that's what we can do with self. But as you go, there's nothing stopping you from doing all three. So whenever you come across the word self, try all three. See what sticks. So here, we must not be filled with this nature of the body. We must purify ourselves from it. Usually it is the easiest to make sense. We must purify ourselves from it. That's it, which means the body, the subject of the sentence. Until the divine self should liberate us. Okay? Now let's read it in the honorific. We must not commune with the body more than is necessary. We must not be filled with this nature. We must purify ourselves from self. Honorific. Is there a way in which we purify ourselves from the honorific self? When we encounter the idea of self and being, is that the end? Or, in our question that we keep, can we take this question that we've been practicing, everything we do, washing dishes, painting, playing games, have we put in this question into our soul such that even when we encounter self in the honorific, self-being, it's part of us? Can we carry this question even into the brilliant light of being? In which case, what is the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking right now in this experience of self-being? And what is the one self that's watching? Ooh, what effect could that have on you? In that case, would you be purifying yourself in a higher level from self-being? So that's going back with the key and adding the honorific. Now add the ultimate. We must purify ourselves from the one self. Is there a way of reading it that way? Until the divine self should liberate us. Is there a kind of purification we get from the one self logos in the first hypothesis of Parmenides? Could that doctrine, that dialectic, that learning be a way of purifying ourselves that opens us up to the divine self? We must purify ourselves from participating in the logos of the one self. If that's the highest logos, this is the idea in yoga of shooting for the stars and settling with the moon. If that's the ultimate, if the one self, logos of the one self of the first hypothesis of Parmenides is the ultimate, but on the way is the divine self, by shooting for the stars, you'll reach the moon, which is great. But also, if you've purified yourself from the use of the one self, would you be liberated even from the divine self? That's the fun of applying all three. Okay, but for now, let's start with the first one. Let's go through the level one time and then come back and apply the honorific. So I'm going to use the word it because it just reads better. This sounds like what Vivek talks about. Vivek? Who's Vivek? That once you know you are not real, you have to keep the ego that know you are and you are not. Interesting. Once you know you are not real. Oh, okay, right. Right. So we would say, yes, in terms of reality itself, we are a shadow, but there is a kind of reality to this dimension. It's like there's a kind of reality to your reflection in the mirror. So there is a kind of reality. And there is a kind of functioning on this level. So remember how Parmenides says, hey, we have to give appreciation to those who are able to function through their reality, but also extend providence through the dialectic to those who are here, who are still in the cave. So lots of this is just normal talk. What do you mean? While we live, we shall be closest to knowing when we neither associate nor commune with the body more than is necessary. We must purify ourselves from it until the divine self should liberate us. And being thus purified, interesting, having been liberated from the phronesis of the body, we shall be likely to be with such a kind, and through ourselves we shall know all that is pure. This is likely to be the truth. Of course, through ourselves we have another way of applying our Metroid key. Put all three in, see what works, see if it opens up anything, see if you recognize a puzzle. There was something that was weird in that. Let's try that again. Okay. So yay, we have a new quote for our arsenal. Let's keep going. I should tell you about being asleep and being awake, and that being awake comes to be from sleep. Okay, so there's two. There's the comes to be and the process of falling to sleep, and the being. There's being and process. There's two being distinguished here. Being and the process. Keep that in mind as we go. So in our analogy, sleep is to death, as awake is to alive, applies to a state of being in process, which reflects back to Socrates saying that philosophy is the art and practice of dying and being dead, both. Of course, process was used many times, but art was a summary of desiring, connecting with, encountering a whole bunch of ideas we put together to simplify that quote, to polish it up. The Logos is like Hermamora, a skull. Know him as the demon of knowledge. What? Demon of knowledge? If you mean demon in a good way, maybe. Daemon. By all means, this is reasonable. Then, you tell me also in the same way about life and death. Do you not say, on the one hand, oh, this is Morrowind lore, the Daedric prince of knowledge and memory, his sphere is the scurrying of the idea tides of fate, of the past and future, as read in the stars and heavens. He is not known for being good nor evil. He seems to be the keeper of both helpful and destructive knowledge, although he usually sees all seekers of knowledge as his servants. Interesting. This is mythology relating to some key terms and some key self terms. Now, Socrates would encourage you to pick those up and make your own. Make your own fanfic or game if you have the connections skills. as he did with Aesop. Would you tell me the same about life and death? Do you not say, on the one hand, that to be dead is the opposite of alive? Yes. I sure do. Oh. Interesting. And on the other hand, oh God, I need a death. That they come to be out of one another? Yes. Then what comes to be out of those that are alive? Right, waking from a dream in the chat. What comes to be out of those who are alive? The dead. What next? What comes to be out of those who are dead? One must necessarily agree that it's the living. Accordingly, O Cebes, both living things and people come to be out of the dead. So it has come to light. Okay, another Metroid-like thing is once you've seen the text, go back and collect together all the references to light. The translator puts it in color to let us know there's something here. Would that work with self? The one true self dreams up many self. So we're pushing the implication. So waking to death and the idea of dreams. If you can wake from being asleep, you awake from a dream to become aware of a higher reality. Is that the case with life and death? Making life, a physical life, a kind of dream. And if philosophy is after the truth, then the practice of dying while we're alive is a kind of waking from a dream. And then in the chat, they're pushing the implications. In which case, if even the realm of being has a cause, could you even say that is a dream from the self, the one true self? So we've been using the analogy of shadows and reflections, like the shadow of virtue or the reflection of virtue is vice, in different dimensions. So we could add to that the metaphor of dreaming. Oh, interesting. There is awareness of the character in the game that you are playing a game. That's cool. So it has come to light. Accordingly, our souls exist in Hades, invisible and knowing. Okay. Why did he put those in together? Oh, okay. Inherent in the word Hades, it looks like invisible and knowing. Is it not to be? It's not likely to be the case. Oh, it is likely. Yes, it is likely that our souls therefore exist in Hades, which, according to Socrates in the Cratylus, is both invisible and knowing. Is it not also the case then? Which one of the process of becoming concerns these opposites happens to be clear? For the process of dying without a doubt is clear, is it not? It certainly is. What shall we do then? Shall we not deliver in turn the opposite generative process? Or shall nature be lame in this case? Or must we necessarily restore a process of generation that is opposite to that of dying? Right? It's clearer to see dying, but harder to see coming back to life. But we would say the principle here is nature would be lame if it can do one but not the other. It would be lacking a power and ability. What is this process? The process of returning back to life, says Cebes. So he concludes. And he is the one with the false belief about our soul being smoke or breath that scatters to the wind, especially because of our fears. Is it not the case then that if there is a process of returning back to life again, it would be the self-generation of being restored from the dead to those that are living? By all means, indeed. Accordingly, then, it is agreed by us that by this self-process, the living also come to be from the dead, no less than the dead from the living. He's moved from being to becoming, from the process to the process. This then being the case, it certainly appears to be sufficient proof that the souls of the dead must necessarily exist from somewhere, from whence they indeed come to be again. It appears to me, O Socrates, that this must be the case from what we have agreed on. See it in this way, O Cebes, since it appears to me that we did not agree unjustly, for if the process of restoration did not always come to be from one opposite to the other, as if they were going round in a circle. Here's a nice image that we can use. But instead, generation would proceed in a straight line from one point to its opposite, and it did not return back again to the opposite by not making any return. Do you realize that all things would ultimately have the same shape? Same shape, and they would experience the same experience, and thus the cyclical process of coming to be would cease. Okay, so he's in the process of dividing up his arguments, but you can say this is a new definition, a new argument. So he's used the argument from analogy. He's applied it to being and becoming. He used the principle that nature would be lame if it could only do one. And now he's moving on to a new argument, and he's just defined it. That we have to be going around in a circle, otherwise everything would have the same shape and the same experience. And coming to be would cease. Okay, what do we see here? Well, those of you who went through the first hypothesis can recognize this is one of the arguments. I think the third argument. He went into straight and circle. Right? Said the one self can't be a whole or a part because they're defined by their opposites. Whole is that which is not missing a part. A part is that which is a part of a whole. They're defined together. But that would be many parts and many parts and parts of a whole. But the one self is not many because the one is one and not many. Therefore, the one self, the true self, Parmenides' hypothesis of the self, can't be whole or part. He went on to say it can't be limit. Can't have limits. Because the limit of something is the beginning and end of something. That's many. And then he went on to say, by the way, if you arrange the beginning and end as the extremes in a line with each other, the middle in the middle, you've got a straight line. If you make the extremes equidistant to the center point, you've got a circle. All shape is made up of circles and straight. So here we have circle and straight coming in. So an understanding of the dialectic of Parmenides that Socrates got early in his life is helpful and is being used. So all of these terms that were used by Parmenides in his first hypothesis to Socrates at the start of his life has been integrated. So we can deduce something about Socrates' life. Because he's using them. This is like argument 3. Or argument 3 or 4. Straight and circle. And then he concludes, therefore, the one self, not having circle or shape, has no shape. The one self we're after in knowing thyself doesn't have a shape. Which helps us in our question here. What is the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking right now? And what is the one self that's watching? Because if the self does not have a shape, you can't see it. Therefore, looking in the particulars and not the whole, you're going to miss it. So he's using circle and he's using shape. And then he went on to say experience. Experience is one of the arguments in the first hypothesis. It can't experience being in or outside itself. It can't experience, yes. Has no shape or is without shape. What would be the difference? So experience is what? Oh, and being and becoming. Being and coming to be was the last argument in the first hypothesis. To do with time. Time is either being or coming to be, either in the past, present, or the future. Oh, okay. So the one self might participate in shape. Well, if it does, then you're not in the first hypothesis. So, coming to be, experience, shape, circle. And so, what's the opposite of circle? Straight line. Here we go, straight line. Here we go. It's going to say we can expect straight line, but it's already there. So these are a pair of arguments. Shape and experience. Also, I think experience was to do with... Actually, let's pull up the notes for Parmenides real quick. Let's just jump over. Oh, I've lost the use of my mouse. Why? Here we go. So, these are the notes that we made of the Parmenides, and you'll find that series on YouTube. Here's our... So the third argument. The extremes on the end give you straight. The extremes on the in relation to the middle give you equal, give you circle. The one would have parts. It is neither straight nor round, therefore no form. That's the third argument. Oh, it can't exist. Yes, so existence? No, experience. We're after experience. Existence, it can't exist in any way because it's not in itself or in another. Fourth argument. But we want experience. Experience. And we recognize experience was an adjective he brought in with like and unlike. So let's go to our questions that came out of the text. Because we want to know what the one self is. And so we can ask questions. Here we go. Likeness and unlike. Here we go. Experience. What would it be like to experience the one self? Then we can jump into the argument to do with likeness and say, well, by the way, whatever you experience when you experience the one self, you're in likeness. If you're experiencing anything, you are like something. Because to be like is to be affected by or undergo or experience the same. So he brings in the adjective experience here. If the one experiences anything apart from being one, then it's more than one. That's impossible. It's not possible for the one to experience the same as itself or another. If you're experiencing the same, therefore that's what it means to be like. So if you're experiencing something, you're like something. If you are unlike something, you're experiencing something different. So therefore, the one experiences by being other. If you're experiencing being other, you're being more than one. Experiencing other is unlike. Therefore, the one is not unlike. Therefore, the one is not like nor unlike. That the one that is the self is not like or unlike. So that's experience. So, and of course, that was argument 7 in the first hypothesis of the oneself. So the first hypothesis is kind of like the paradigm of how to do dialectic on the self. That is followed through all the other. There are 8 more hypotheses after the first that we've yet to go into upon recording of this video. And the last argument was, it's experience, but we had being and becoming. Being and becoming. Here we go. To do with time. The time. To participate in likeness or equality of time. So there's our idea of participation. If you participate in something, you are in time. You are a likeness or equality. So you're either so if you're participating in something, you're either younger or older, greater or less time. The one is not in time at all, because in time is necessarily growing, and the one can't be growing older than itself. Older is defined as growing older than younger. So this is a key. This is what we've been reading in the Phaedo. Older comes out of the younger. Older is defined as growing older than the younger. Growing older than yourself, you must be growing younger than yourself. So if there's just one self, it can't be in time. Because if it's in time, it has to be growing older than something, or being older or younger or the same age, which is a likeness. And it can't be growing older than itself, because then it'd be growing younger than itself at the same time. Then it'd be 2. It's not 2, it's not 1. If it's 2, it's not 1. Therefore, the one becoming older than itself is becoming at the same time younger. If the self exists in time, it participates of existence. As such, this must be the same age as self and becoming older and younger than itself. Okay, so contradicts itself. If the one is in time, the one self is in time, then it would be the same age as itself, obviously. But to be in time, it has to be growing older or younger than something, and the only thing is the one self. So it'd have to be growing older and younger than itself at the same time as being equal to itself. Therefore, the self does not participate in time, nor exist in any way. And you have the realm of becoming, the process of becoming, or completed, come to be. Or in the realm of being, you simply have is. So these are the 3 types. Process of becoming, or you have become in the physical world. You are growing to be 20 years old, or you are 20 years old. Or in the realm of being, it simply is. And all these 3 kinds apply to the past, present, and future. Therefore, this is to participate in ousia. Therefore, the one in no way whatever is. This was our last conclusion. The one in no way whatever of the arguments before the actual conclusion. The one in no way is. Why? Because to is to participate in ousia, which is either in the realm of being, you simply is, or in the realm of becoming, you're processed or completed, and they each have past, present, or future. You have become, you are, you did become, or you will become. Or you have come to be, you are growing, or you will grow. So here we go. Either in becoming or the realm of being, past, present, and future. So this is just a little callback to the first hypothesis, where he really explains it really simply. And we went through it together, and that's where we got these notes from. So why do we care about that? Because in here, here he's using the same ideas. That first hypothesis has been integrated into Socrates. And he's using them. And he's using them to help his friend. Hey, I'm going to give you the lesser, you do the greater. By the way. And so now we're also looking at his the structure. He's defining it. Look at it in this way, CBs. The process of restoration did not always, if it didn't come to be from its opposite to the other, as if going around a circle, it would be a straight line, and did not return back again to its opposite by not making return. Do you realize that? Here's his definition. Things would ultimately have the same shape, and they would have the same experience, and thus the cyclical process of becoming would cease. They have shape, experience, becoming, circle, and straight, all self-or ideas being used. Definition. Okay, and now we've got to judge his answer. Is his answer sufficient? What do you mean by this? No. So go from definition to demonstration. Or if that was a demonstration, because it was a kind of an argument, so you could say maybe that's a demonstration, a simple, concise demonstration of the argument. The next stage could be the division. It's either of the two. Let's see. What I mean is nothing difficult to envision. CBs? For example, there was on the one hand such a process as that of going to sleep. But on the other hand, no corresponding process of that of awaking from sleep. Do you realize that in the end, everything, if there was no waking up, do you realize that in the end, everything would exist the same condition of endoman, endymion, endyman, as nonsense, and it would appear pointless because everything else would also have had that same experience and be asleep. And if on the one hand everything was joined, but on the other hand nothing was separated, the saying of Anaxagoras would come to be. Yes, Enderman. That all things are the same. Thus, in the same way, my dear CBs, on the one hand, if all those that partake of life were to die, then when they die, they would remain in this condition and not come to life again from the dead. Accordingly, would not everything necessarily and ultimately all be dead and nothing remain alive? For the living were generated out of, if the living were generated out of other sources than the dead, whereas the living continued dying, by what means would not everything not be fully used up, consumed, spent in death? Okay, if we all come from somewhere other than the dead realm, the non-alive realm, then we'd use up all the resources. So everything would be consumed and everyone would be dead. Also, we'd all have the same experience. We'd all end up being asleep. So let's find out what Enderman is. Endymiona. 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 Nope, information on that person. Okay, who is Enderman really? A man described as variously as handsome, Aeolian shepherd, hunter or king, who was loved by Selene or Artemis. Artemis is Apollo's sister who has the bow. The two often conflated. And was said to rule and live at Olympia in Elis, as well as venerated and said to reside. Okay, so what? Well, it doesn't tell us about... Well, who cares? Oh, man. Say more. Okay. Let's see if this guy is in our... Okay, let's look up. Oh, here we go. We got some better. Who was Enderman really? Handsome. Okay. Mythology. Here we go. Selene, Titan goddess of the moon, loved the mortal Enderman, Endymion, and he found Enderman so beautiful that she asked his father Zeus to grant him eternal youth so that he would never leave her. Okay. Alternatively, he loved how he looked when he was asleep. Okay. And she asked Zeus that he might remain in that way. In some versions, Zeus wanted to punish Enderman for daring to show him a romantic interest in Hera. Ooh. Whatever the case, Zeus granted Selene's wish and put Endymion to eternal sleep. Every night, Selene visited him where he slept, and by him had 50 daughters. Whoa! Selene had some skills. She's sleeping, but she had 50 daughters by him, who were equated by some scholars with those of 50 months of Olympiad. Okay, the god of sleep loves Enderman and did not close the eyes of his beloved. Alright, so he's a guy who will sleep forever. So he's saying, hey, if we don't also have a waking up, we will all be like Enderman, asleep forever. Fair enough. Okay, and the saying of okay, let's look up this guy as well, why not? Let's see what this guy has to say. Anaxagoras, the philosopher around 500 BC, pre-Socratic. According to the claims of Parmenides, he introduced the concept of nous. Wow. Okay, let's bring up the... We only have fragments of his work that survived. Alright, that's not really important. We know that he said, all things are the same. Now, what does he mean? Don't know. But if he's someone that Parmenides looked up to, then maybe there's a meaning, all things are the self, all things are mine, something like that. Who knows? But he's using it in the negative. He's saying, hey, if we didn't wake up, we'd all be like Enderman, asleep. Everything would be the same. So that's one argument, okay? Let's write that down. So we've got argument one. If we're here, the soul must have been somewhere that has to be dead, therefore the soul exists while dead in that place. Number two, the argument from analogy. being alive is to being dead, like being awake is to sleep. That is both for being and becoming. No, little b. We're still in the world of generation, so being and becoming, dead or asleep. Or if not, all, what do you say? Same experience. Same condition. And also have the same experience. Right. If not all, same condition and experience. Of Enderman, or as the Greeks called him, Endymion. Asleep. Also, he said, by the way, if souls come from somewhere else, if they do. Where is it? Generated out of other sources. Okay, let's get accurate as we can. If souls generated out of other sources, everything would be used up in death. Everything would become used up in death. Make sense?
Wow.
Not one thing as it appears to me, O Socrates. Since what you appears to say seems altogether true to me. As it appears to me. It is most definitely the case, and we are not being thoroughly beguiled when we agree to selves, but it is truly the case that the cyclical process of returning back to life exists, and that living comes to be from the dead, and that the souls from the dead do exist. Okay, that's our conclusion. Cyclical process exists, living come to be from the dead, and the souls from the dead do exist. So let's write that down. All right, so let's add this conclusion to our argument. The cyclical process exists, living from the dead, souls of the dead exist. Okay, there's two. Beginning, middle, and end in his reasoning. So, using the analogy of being alive to dead, both for being and becoming, if it didn't be that way, we'd all be Endermans asleep, and we'd all use up the stuff from which we become alive. Therefore, 3 points. Cyclical process 1. Cyclical process. Exists. Of returning to life. Capital L in the text. Let's keep a capital L. Life. Oh, goodness. Exists. Two. Living come to be from the dead. Living come to be. That's a whole idea. That's a term. Becoming for being and becoming. So that's coming to be from dead. I point that out because it's a single word in the Greek, come to be. So it's a single idea. You're already something or you're coming to be something. It's two single ideas. Come to be from dead. From the dead. So we see in his idea, in his thinking, coming to be and being, waking up and being awake, the practice of death and dying, and that souls of the dead do exist. Souls of the dead do exist. Okay, that's our conclusion. Nice argument, makes sense. First argument in order of addressing his idea of, hey, aren't we just all we are is dust in the wind, smoke in the wind, scattering to the wind. If here the soul must have been somewhere, it has to be dead, has to be in that place. Have to come from somewhere, right? And let's divide it up some more. Well, let's use the analogy. Alive is to dead, as awake is to asleep. Both for being and becoming. Waking up and being awake. Why? Because if not, we'd all be asleep. We'd all end up in the same place. That uses a straight line. We use straight line. We'd all end up in the same place. If souls are generated out of another source, everything would end up being used up. We'd run out of stuff. Run out of souls. Therefore, the cyclical process of returning to life exists. Living comes to be from the dead, and the souls of the dead do exist. Good work. But do we believe it? Does it feel true? Well, I don't remember this argument at Sunday school. So while I'm developing the logos, I might have some work to do on the mythology that teaches otherwise. Perfect and purify. And certainly, Socrates, such is also the case, if the doctrine is true. And you are accustomed to say often that learning happens to be for us nothing other than recollection. Wow! Come on.
Wow. 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 Wow.
Learning is nothing other than recollection. The CBs is bringing in an idea. And according to this, we have necessarily learned at some time that which we now recollect. This would be impossible if our souls were not somewhere before she came to exist in this human form. Who is this saying? CBs. So that according to this doctrine, the soul is also likely to be something that's immortal. Okay, the argument through learning by recollection. And I think there's a name for that. Jacob from the All About Platonism reading group uses the word that means the idea of learning as recollection. Okay, so let's start a new argument. Simmias interrupted. Well, Cebes, what are the proofs that you can show of these things, O Cebes? Remind me, for I do not quite recall them at the present time. Ha! It's funny. Saying, hey, learning is recollection. I don't recall them. And we say, because this is the funniest humor. On the one hand, there is one excellent logos that when humans are questioned, if they are questioned in a good way, they answer out of selves about everything which they possess. About everything they possess. And yet this could not be made possible if selves did not happen to innately know knowledge and the right logos. There's our 1-2 punch of philosophy, right? Write that together. What's philosophy? Logos and knowledge. Understanding and knowing. Right? Definition and demonstration. States of mind or spirituality or mysticism and learning, understanding. East and west. Right? It's both. And if we're answered in a good... So he has some... he recognizes one excellent logos about the dialectic, which is being questioned in a good way. So he has some awareness of the dialectic himself. Because if you do that, you bring out of selves, which they possess, the idea of midwifery. And we could not... And of course, in the Meno, he talks about that he asks questions of someone who hasn't learned Pythagoras' theory. And he asks leading questions, and he said, by the way, that's Pythagorean theory, how to find the hypotenuse of a right-angled triangle. Did anyone tell you that? No. But then how did you say, did I tell you that? No. Then you must have had it, I guess. You're just required to be questioned in a good way. So everything we're seeking, we have already, both in knowledge and logos. There is some significance of bringing it to the surface. Then if you take up a diagram, Meno, or something of this kind, in this it will be seen most clearly that this has to be in this way. Socrates says, on the other hand, if indeed this does not persuade you, O Simmias, consider whether the following would be agreeable to you. For having examined it in such a way, then, in what way would you distrust that we say that logos is... God damn, it's so hard to put this into English. It's so verbose. But it's worth doing. Learning. So what way do you, okay, let's take the negative. What's your problem? All right. You seen anybody with a dialectic or anyone, philosopher, have a conversation? Someone says, I don't agree with that. No. Sorry, no. So, well, no, that's not fair. You got to make clear what do you disagree with? Where's your problem? Same thing with midwifery. Where's your problem? You got to come in with a problem. So in what way? In what way? Where's your problem? On the one hand, I do not indeed distrust either of you, whereas on the other hand, I stand in need of this self to learn, that of which the logos is about recollection. Okay. And from that which Cebes attempted to describe, I am already remembering that I am nearly persuaded. Someone mentioned this earlier. Why is it that I have a fondness for the logos? Why was I drawn into philosophy? Why is it like I am almost remembering? I'm nearly persuaded. Nevertheless, I would now like to hear the way you are attempting to describe it. This way, to me at least. For without a doubt we agree that if anyone recollects anything, self must have already known this at some time beforehand. All right, so it's interesting. We have a definition from Cebes. The definition, recollection. The soul is immortal from recollection. Give a demonstration. Here's one excellent logos that if you question someone in a good way using the art of the dialectic, you bring out of selves that which they already possess. We call it midwifery. If that's the case, if you did not happen to innately know knowledge and write logos, it could not be possible. So it has to be in this way. Simple demonstration of what was defined. Well, I need some more. I'm kind of remembering, but not quite. So divide it up into its arguments. So now we're in the division. But also within the division stage of the arguments, we can see that, again, relationships stay the same, terms may vary. So dropping down to a lower dimension or a part, we can see the DDAS, we can see the dialectic in effect here as well. So he should start off with some kind of definition, some kind of demonstration, some kind of division. Maybe, not necessarily. He might have to define his parts. Might have to give a demonstration of them and then divide it into his arguments. But let's see what happens. This is the fun about having the dialectic in our back pocket and having some awareness of the logos already as we read. We have a way of grasping it. We have a way of going. We have a way of seeing. We have a coat hanger to put things on. Makes it more fun. It's like the first time anyone played a video game, throwing them into Dark Souls or something is going to be intimidating. But if you've got a familiarity with video games, you already know how to hold a controller. You know the basic mechanics, the sort of the fact that you'll be guided in the right direction by the game makers. Right? There's some funny YouTube channels of like people whose girlfriend had never played a video game, and she doesn't understand basic concepts like being guided along or heading to the right, or you see a red barrel, it probably explodes. Things we take for granted. So we have a way of sort of making sense of it as we go to help us. It makes it more fun. Take notice then. Do we also agree on the following? That when knowledge presents herself in a way like this, then she is recollection. But in what way do I mean this? Oh, okay, he's giving it definition. In this way, for if anyone either sees or hears or perceives anything, here's our triad from our Xenophanes question. What is the whole that sees, hears, or thinks? Sees, hears, or perceives in any way? Interesting. It's playing into our Xenophanes question that we're carrying with us as we go. What is the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking right now? And what's watching? What's the self watching? If anyone sees, hears, or perceives anything, come on.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
In another way, then they recognize it by grasping not only that, but also another entity that they have in mind, the knowledge of which is not the same but different. Accordingly then, we are not justly declaring that they recollect that which they grasped and presented herself to them. What the hell? Oh God, it's hard to read sometimes. In the English, you can see it under the Greek is simple. Okay. Accordingly then, it's the negatives as well. Are we not justly declaring? Okay, we are justly declaring that they recollect that which they grasped, that presented herself to their mind. Not only that, but another entity. What way do you mean? Thank God he said that. In this way, the knowledge of a human and that of a liar is certainly different. How could it not be? Is it not the case, as you know, that this happens to lovers, that when they see a liar, or a garment, or anything else which their beloved is accustomed to see, they first recognize the liar, and then the idea of the child being grasped in their understanding. Okay, the child is their beloved. I don't know why he calls it child, but there you go. Being grasped in their understanding, which was caused by the liar. This then is recollection. Just as when someone on seeing Simmias often remembers Cebes, and when somebody sees Bevis, they recall butthead. And there certainly can be countless of other such occurrences. Okay, you see the liar or their garment, they recognize the liar, and then the person they're in love with their dianoia. So, which is caused by the liar. So one memory triggers another. Just as if you see Simius, you recognize Cebes. Countless others by Zeus. Not only these, but others. Is it not the case then that such occurrences are cases of recollection? Especially so when one experiences this because of those which had already been forgotten and not observed for a long time. Hey, right? You haven't seen who's that girl who plays the harp? What's a lyre? Do you know any famous lyre players? All right, let's say Hendrix. You see a guitar and you think of Hendrix, but you haven't thought of Hendrix for a long, long time. You've forgotten about him. As soon as you see a guitar, you think of Hendrix. By all means, what next? Then seeing a picture of a horse or a picture of a lyre, they are reminded of a human. Or by seeing a picture of Cebes, they remember Cebes. All right, so it's 2 steps removed. You don't just see a horse and remember your friend who rode horses. You see a picture of a horse and you remember them, or a picture of a guitar. So it's 2 steps removed. A picture of a guitar reminds you of a guitar, reminds you of Hendrix. See a picture of Simius, you remember Cebes. By all means, is it not also the case that when one sees a picture of Simius, one also remembers Simius of self? So hey, you see Simius, you remember Cebes, but you also remember Simius himself. It is certainly the case. Take notice then. Is it not also the case that on the one hand, according to all these cases, I should stop sighing every time I read on the one hand. I need a better expression for men. Take notice then, is it not also the case that, according to all these cases, the recollection can correspond to things that are of a like nature, and on the other hand, the recollection can also correspond to things that are of an unlike nature? Sure. But when one recollects anything that indeed results from those that are like, is it not necessarily the case that one must accordingly experience the following? That one either bears in mind that the likeness in some way falls short of this recollection, or else the likeness does not in any way fall short of that which it recollects. So what's he saying? So, you see a picture of a horse, you remember Sally, the horse rider that you liked, that you dated. And you haven't thought of Sally in a long time. See a picture of Simius, you remember Cebes. But you also remember the self of Simius too. That's not the picture. But you also remember of some things of a like nature and an unlike nature. All right, so that would be an example of that. So you remember, so you remember something of an unlike nature. You might see a picture of a horse and you remember Sally the horse rider, but you remember Jane who used to hate Sally and hate horses. Different nature. Or what would be a better example? I'm not sure. I have to think about that. You see it. Thanks for sticking around. I'm glad you have some puzzles. This is a puzzle for me at the moment. You see a picture of something, you remember something of an unlike nature. Oh, cool. You see a picture of a fish. Thanks for joining me in the chat. Good questions. You see a picture of a fish, you remember a bird. How about that? Maybe you had a pet bird that used to try and eat the fish. Your pet fish. You see a picture of a fish, you go, oh, that reminds me of Frank the fish. It also reminds me of Nelly the bird that always tried to eat the fish. Consider then, if it has to be in this way, we say that somewhere there is something that is equal. I do not mean a stick equal to a stick, nor a stone to a stone, nor anything of that kind, but something other, that is beyond all these, the self-equal. Beyond the experience in the realm of being, the self-equal, the significance of the word self. Shall we say that this something exists or does not exist at all? Again, the significance of the word exists, existing in that realm of being. We shall most certainly say so, in the most wonderful way indeed. So he has some recognition of the being of self-equal in the realm of being. Or do we also know that which self is? Or do we also know that which self is? By all means we do. Yeah, we know. We don't mean, okay, equal to sticks, equal to rocks. We have an idea of equalness itself. Where have we acquired the knowledge of self? Okay, that has a multi-layered meaning. Okay, this is an example. It. Where did we acquire the knowledge of equal? It. Where did we acquire knowledge of self? Self-being. That is not in the particulars. Okay, this is the Metroid unlocking. Where do we acquire knowledge of the one self? Not just self, the beingness, the honorific of equal in being, but could that experience of the realm of being be called the knowledge of self? Is that the way in which the self can be known? Through the direct apprehension of the idea of self? Not the particular self as the honorific, self-equal, and not the it of as a subject, equal as a concept. Right, there's the multiple layers. You have a lot of fun with that. And of course, yes, all three fit, which is cool. Where have we acquired the knowledge of self? Is it not accordingly from the things which we mentioned just now, from either seeing sticks or stones or other things that are equal? From these we envision that which is other than these? Or does it not come to light other to thee? Does it not come? Then consider it in this way. On the one hand, is it not the case? Oh God. See, is it not the case, or two letters, ow. But we have to say, is it not the case that? On the other hand, men, ow, equal sticks and stones and sticks sometimes appear to one person to be equal. But to another person, they do not appear to be equal, although they are the same. It is certainly the case, right? In the perspective of beauty is in the image of the beholder. Appears to you equal, not to me. What next? Have the equal selves ever appeared unequal to you, or has equality ever appeared unequal to you? Never. If it's equal, then it's equal. It's not unequal. Accordingly then, these equal things and the self-equal, too, things and the being, are not the same. In no way at all. They do not appear equal to me, Socrates. Ha 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 ha. Funny joke. But definitely out of these equal things, although they are different from that equal, you have nevertheless conceived and grasped the knowledge of self-equal, or of self. So, looking at sticks and stones and things that are equal, they're not precisely equal. They remind you of the self-equal. Right? And to other people, they might not look equal to them, but so even in the world of the physical, it's not exactly equal. Might be looking from a different angle, but to you, it reminds you, even though the sticks aren't exactly equal, even though it appears to people from a different angle not to be equal, somehow it was sufficient to grasp the knowledge of self-equal. You'll never see equality itself in the physical world. Try and draw two lines, they'll never be exactly equal. Try and find two sticks of equal length, they'll never be exactly equal. But enough for you to grasp the knowledge of equal itself. You will never see it in the physical world. So where did you get it from? You speak most truly. So you could do the same thing with any of these selves. Oh, beauty is in the eye of the beholder? Yeah. So, like that girl that you find beautiful, I don't find beautiful? Sure. So therefore there's no such thing as beauty? Of course not. It's in the eye of the beholder. We have different tastes. But we both recognize there is something called beautiful, even if we apply it to different physical particulars. Even if different things trigger a memory, we still think there's such a thing as beauty. Sure. Then what was it? It can't have been in that because it didn't trigger it for me, but it triggered it for you. And if you look closely, one ear is bigger than the other, so she's ugly. Okay, it works better with equal and unequal because that wouldn't make anyone ugly, but... Or let's say someone walking down the street looks beautiful and then they get closer and it's like, oh, it wasn't as beautiful as I thought that person was. Then what was it? It must have triggered a memory in some way. Both from likeness and unlikeness. It didn't really turn out to be beautiful after all. Oh, here we go. Either being like them or unlike them, by all means. And there is no difference indeed, so long as it is a case that from seeing one thing, one can bring to mind the other of the appearance aspect, whether like or unlike. Self-recollection necessarily has necessarily been brought to be, by all means. What next? In the case of equal sticks and other objects, which we said just now mentioned, do we experience something like this about them? Do they accordingly appear to be equal in the same way, just as that which is self-equal? Or is there an inner deficiency compared to that nature, such as the equal? Or is there no inner deficiency? There is considerable deficiency in the visible earthbound ones. Do we not agree then that whenever someone, on seeing something, they realize, man, that this thing which I now see wants to be like a certain real being, but there it is in need and cannot be such as that nature, since it's inferior. Is it not necessarily the case that the one who realizes this must have somewhere caught sight of beforehand of that which he says self is like, but deficiently so? Okay, an interesting idea is brought in, wants to be. Not only are the two sticks not quite equal and deficient, they want to be equal. Not only is that beautiful person not quite beautiful, but they want to be beautiful. Not only is that thing not quite good, but we want it to be, we want ourselves to be good or just. So in the physical world, there will be a deficiency. Interesting. But also, he's attributing a kind of will to even sticks. Even sticks desire to be, but fall short. What next? Have we also experienced such a thing as this in regard to equal things and the self-equal? By all means. Accordingly then, is it necessary that we knew the equal beforehand, prior to the time when we saw? So here's a keyword, prior to seeing. What is it that's watching the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking? Prior to the time when we saw the equal things and realized that all these things, on the one hand, reach out to be like the unequal. Like the equal, but on the other hand, they possess an inner deficiency. All these things do what? They reach out to be like. So again, they desire and they reach out. Interesting thing, a way of talking about sticks. But surely we also agree, by the way, reaching out and desiring, but also reminding us of something of the self, kind of purpose to that, even in sticks. It's a fascinating idea. But surely we also agree to the following, that the self-realization cannot be realized in any other way other than out of seeing or touching. It was brought up earlier in the chat. There is some you start off with concepts. The beings are not concepts. The forms are not concepts. These aren't just thoughts in your soul. But you start off that way. Take it one step down, not just thoughts, but sense perception. It's out of seeing or touching. Or out of some other sense perception. So it cannot be realized. The self-realization cannot be realized without it. There is some necessity of having gone through the physical senses to first recall that which you forget. Of course, it's not just seeing a beautiful thing or an equal stick isn't enough. You have to awaken your curiosity, awaken your desire to remember what is beautiful itself, what is equal itself. But you still needed that. Isn't that interesting? Sticks desire, sticks reach out, and sticks serve a very important purpose in our enlightenment, in our personal development. Wow. Come on.
Wow. 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 Wow.
Sticks do all that? That's amazing.
Flibbity jibbity nonsense.
No, it's not nonsense, Joe. We clap.
Flibbity jibbity nonsense.
No.
Come on, man.
What in the heck are we talking about here?
Yeah, we think that when we hear about sticks desiring and reaching out and playing a significant process in our self-realization. And that way, all these perceptions are the same. So, conclusion. How is everything in the physical world the same? They all want to be. They all... Was it desire? Was desire in there somewhere? They all want to be. They all desire. They all reach out. And they all play a significant part in necessary role in our self-realization. So in that way, all perceptions are the same. And if you recognize there's some significant sameness between the word same and self in the Greek, the auto in there, ta auto, and maybe that's something that when you come back upon recognizing the one self, having this self-realization and remembering of the one self, come back Metroid fashion and reread this, all perceptions are the same might have a deeper meaning for you. All perceptions are of the self. All perceptions are the whole. All perceptions are God. All perceptions are mind. Back to our koan. All sense perceptions are of the whole. Which whole? God, mind. Back to here again. Simmias says, for it is the case that they are the same, O Socrates, by reason of the Logos wishes to make that clear indeed. But surely out of sense perceptions on the one hand, we necessarily realize that it is inherent in all the things we perceive, that they do indeed all the things we perceive. They do indeed reach out to that self which is the equal, and that they are indeed at a loss. Or how shall we say it? In that way. Conclusion. Everything we perceive reach out to the equal, self-equal, but they're at a loss. Right? So we want to be equal. Why? Why do all things want to be equal? Why do they reach out to that? Even sticks. There's something about the equal that motivates our desire. Interesting. which is part of that self, which is being. Accordingly then, before we began to see, to hear, and to perceive, what? Sound familiar? Before we began to see, to hear, and to perceive the things, we must have somewhere happened to encounter by grasping the knowledge of the self-equal, which in some way is existing. If we are to refer out of sense perception of equal things to that and not realize that on the one hand, all of them are eager to be such as that nature, whereas on the other hand, they are inferior. If everything we perceive reach out and desire and remind us, but they are inferior, where do we get the thing that they're reaching out to? Where do we get the thing that's not inferior? It can't have been through, it can't have been out of this, seeing, hearing, and perceiving. Can't have been out of this. Can't have been out of seeing, hearing, and perceiving that we grasp the knowledge of the self-equal. Because they're inferior. We just said that. Because they're inferior to the self. Necessarily follows from what has been said, O Socrates. Is it not the case then that we saw and we heard and had other perceptions immediately after we were born? So this is when we had it. When do we have our seeing, hearing, and thinking? Seeing, hearing, and perceiving? After we were born. By all means. Then we must say indeed that we have grasped the knowledge of the equal before. Grasp the knowledge before this perception, which means before we were born. Yes, then it's reasonable that we have necessarily grasped up knowledge before we were born. There's our conclusion. So, simple argument that rolls on for our previous argument. So you have one argument rolling into the next one, and they're simple. This one is a bit tricky, reaching out to. That reaching out to and desiring and are necessary for our development. It's a bit tricky. Other than that, the thing about two sticks, that makes sense. Is it not the case then that if on the one hand, having grasped self-knowledge before our birth, by having been born with it, we knew both before being born and after having been born, not only the equal, and the greater and the lesser, but all such beings. Okay? Equal and greater and lesser. We recognize that their sticks are equal, but also sometimes their sticks are greater or lesser. But all such beings. And 65E is our translator wants us to go back to, so let's do it. 65E. There's a lot of highlighting there. Won't load up. Let's go past it. Oh, isn't that weird? 65E has been censored. Maybe if I close it down and open it up. Isn't that weird? 65E is still censored for some reason. Okay, maybe if I close it and reopen it. How weird. Look at that. It's the one page. I don't know. That's strange. What do you say, Joe?
Come on, man. What in the heck are we talking about here?
Exactly. Let's try reopening it. Okay. What are the oops. Let's go. Oh goodness. Here we go. So the self-beings. So here's where he listed a whole bunch of them. Self-justice, self-beauty, self-goodness, greatness, health, strength. Do you see of all of the others, whatever the self happens to be? That which is most true of selves is contemplated through not the body, but whoever prepares ourselves most accurately understand each self which they investigate, they approach the closest to the noesis of each being. Okay, so here he's saying it's not through the body. Back in his doctrine, it's not through the body that we see the ousia of everything, but it's how we develop ourselves most accurately through understanding that we become closest. Okay, there's a lot of rich material in there. The more we go through it, the more we can see how rich it is. So all those beings, so the equal, the greater, the lesser, and all such beings we knew before being born.
Wow.
For our present logos is not any more about the equal than about the beauty of self, self-beauty, and the good of self, and the just, and the holy. New word, holy. What does holy mean? Okay. I'm not sure if holy is tackled in this text. I think it's another text, but the text, which I think is the Gorgias, I'm not sure. The one that starts on the stairs of the courthouse. The question is, does the word holy mean that which the gods want and love? Or do the gods love it because it's holy? In other words, is there something innately good that the gods recognize as the most good? Therefore, we should try and be holy, meaning we should seek what the gods want. And the gods want it because they recognize it as the most good. And they have the divine knowledge, so they're probably onto it. Another way of taking that word holy is to be most like the divine. And we just read that passage earlier, just a second ago. It is through the perfection of our dianoia, separate from our bodily perceptions, that we become most like the noesis. And if the gods are representing being, and that is experienced as knowledge, then the knowledge of the beings is another way of saying the divine. Therefore, the holy is to be most holy, to be most like the divine. It's exactly what we're after, truth and self-phronesis. The power of that, having the undying power of that knowledge. So you could say that which the divine seeks, or that of the nature of the divine is holy. So the equal is in the same category as beauty and good and just. So we have two categories: the equal, the greater, and the lesser. The beauty, the good, the just, and the holy. So these are you could say these are two categories of self-terms. Beauty, good, just, holy. These are things we desire. Equal, greater, and less. I mean, it did say that the sticks reach out to be equal, but these seem to be to do with the analogy, the ultimate analogy. We just were talking about applies to the self. What is the analogy? We've been talking all through this session. We've been talking about the ultimate, the greater, and the lesser. And we've been talking about the principle in reality that terms change and relations stay the same. We've been talking about many times we've been talking about this. Terms change, relations stay the same. And we've been talking about how abduction, the use of analogy, abduction being its use in teaching, requires us to have a lesser as C is to D. And in the chat, we talked about how somebody took that analogy and referred it to the ultimate. We talked about that being an anagogic movement, not just understanding how to be a king by understanding how a shepherd relates to a sheep, how does a king relate to his people, but how do we relate, how does our self relate to our soul, or how do we relate to being, or something on that nature. So this analogy is needed for thought, for learning, Learning. It's needed for reversion. It's needed for emanation. You emanate. That's the principle of reflection into the further levels. Emanation. That's needed for abduction, analogy, thought, learning, reversion, emanation. Yeah. So here, ultimate is my term. But here he's saying equal. Because I think ultimate is easier to understand, but he's saying equal. Now, this makes more sense of how you can say a stick wants to be equal. Why would you desire to be equal? Doesn't make sense. Equal to what? It's an incomplete comparison. Equal to what? Okay? That's why we have to recognize equal has a certain place as the ultimate. Another word that we could say is whole. Why? Because the phi ratio, which is the fundamental ratio or the fundamental analogy, the mathematical representation of the logos, is this. So we say phi equals lesser is to greater. Is to whole. The fundamental analogy. Or A is to B as B is to A plus B. And you can recognize that as the Fibonacci sequence or the golden ratio. Fibonacci, which is the best kind of spaghetti, or the golden ratio. Oops. Why do we care? Well, lesser is to greater is to ultimate, or Socrates is saying equal or whole. Now, I refrain from using the word whole because there are two different kinds of whole in Parmenides. There's the part to whole in the first hypothesis, or in his logos on the one self, but then there's the whole in relation to lesser greater whole, or lesser greater equal. But I think the word ultimate is a cool way of making sense of it, because how does this stick want to be equal? Equal to what? Equal to another stick? then that doesn't go anywhere. What do you mean it reaches out to be equal to another stick? Doesn't make sense. Well, if you recognize this 3-part ratio, it makes more sense. Why? Because you recognize that the as we did with the selfer term, the lesser realm is the realm of becoming. The greater is the realm of being. The ultimate is the one self. So if you say everything reaches out to equal and you recognize that as whole in the phi ratio of the logos, or the ultimate, you recognize, oh, everything wants to reach the one self. In other words, everything is in the process of becoming, of reversion, of learning, of analogy, of what do we say? Returning, development. That makes more sense of it. So here we see the significance of our skill trees. That was a puzzle. It didn't make sense. It shouldn't have made sense. In what way does a stick want to be equal? What the hell are you talking about? Right. Also, you could recognize, well, hang on a second, that's Mr. Smith from the Matrix movies. If everything reaches out to the equal, but they haven't gone through this process of the logos, they might want to make everything the same as itself. Everyone has my religion. Everyone has my political views. Everyone thinks the same as me. Everyone is the same as me. I want everyone to be white. I want everyone to be white Christian Republican or whatever the heck. They want everyone to be equal. What's that? A fundamental misunderstanding of the nature of what sticks want to be. What everything. He didn't just say sticks, he said everything. Souls, plants, animals, all things, including sticks, seek to be the one self, not the same. Imagine if all of the lions tried to kill all the humans because they wanted everyone to be equal. You can only have peace if we're all lions. Yeah, it makes sense, right? Because humans are poachers. Everyone, look, if there are some religions that want to kill other religions, if that's what they want, we can only be together if we're all spaghettiisms. Why? Because the meatballs say they are the chosen people and they can only have heaven on earth when there are no spaghetti people, only meatball people. That is the nature of terrible freaking ignorance and disgusting division and separation and animosity and fight, all of what follows if we don't have philosophy. We saw that in our dialectic. What follows if philosophy doesn't exist? Okay? But if you recognize, hang on a second, we don't want to be equal to the physical world down here because equal is greater than the lesser and the greater. So we have the word altos. Instead, if we are learning to do philosophy, which is developing logos, dialectic, and also our skill trees, we recognize here's a skill tree in 3, a triad, here's a triad, here's a triad. Oh, and we talked about earlier, altos, the word self, is a triad. It has the particular, it, or the particular, like a stick. It has the honorific, or being, and it has the ultimate. Or the one self, let's say one self. See how these fit together? You can understand one by the other to unpack the solutions to the puzzle we discover. One puzzle. What the heck does it mean for a stick to want to be equal? Does it make more sense that a stick wants to be the one self? Does it make more sense if you see all 3 are analogy and he's been using it for abduction to help learning? We think in this way, and thinking is an evolutionary development. reversion, development. Does that make sense? Oh, and we recognize the phi is these three. And this is the significance of developing ourselves as a philosopher of the logos. It's fun. You can rub the sticks together, but also if you can doing the dialectic, you don't just have to do what it is. If you have the logos and you can discover and solve these problems using this, the dialectic and the triads and the skill trees. But if you don't, what happens? Mr. Smith in the Matrix movies wants to make everyone Mr. Smith. How many cults and groups and societies and nations? In fact, nationalism and it's an archetype of fascism to say everyone must be me. America first, Australia first. Literally, there are parties in America and Australia and all over the world, Britain first, that say, hey, us first. We are number one. Screw everyone who is not equal. Kick all the other countries out of the EU or whatever, Brexit. Right? There are racist parties in Australia that say, oh, Australia first. It's cliche. We have the internet. We recognize, oh, really? All the fascists do that? They appeal to everyone, even sticks, desire to be the ultimate, the whole self, the one self. What is the whole seeing and hearing and thinking? This guy. But they take the misunderstanding. They play on the ignorance of human beings to get people to act and vote and think against their own interests. That's fascism. What is our interest? Our own development, our own reversion, our own learning. That's our actual interests. That's what we all want. We all want to develop. We all want to be made better, happier. We all want to be made more whole. We all want to reach the ultimate. What's the ultimate? The one self. But if you don't recognize that, you'll prey on the lack of being able to jump into these, lack of being able to understand how it's used, and just say, oh, everyone wants to be equal. The foreigners are going to take over your neighborhood. Everything different from you and your prejudices. Hey, go back 50 years. Or everyone who has long hair, they're hippies and they should be killed. That's ridiculous to us now. People with tattoos, no. People listening to rock and roll music, oh no. People who smoke marijuana, oh no. The same tendency. Seeking that which is equal without recognizing it's also the whole and the ultimate. That's what you seek. Your learning, your development, your reversion to the self. If you realize that, you realize what we're trying to be equal to is the self, and no one is excluded, not even sticks. Not monkeys, not plants, not any race or culture. Doesn't matter how long your hair is, how many tattoos you have. Doesn't matter. We are all the self. That's what matters. We are all engaged in this, even sticks. Socrates is laying out a puzzle. He's saying, I'm not going to solve it for you. I'm going to give you the lesser. You have to solve the greater. Now, what does that mean? Well, he's either doing it just for Simius or he's doing it for all of us. It would not make sense if he has a principle to give us the lesser and help us and ask us to find the greater, if he just gave us the greater by Simius's or Sebi's answers. Meaning there must be at least 3 levels. The lesser, the greater, and the ultimate. That we have to figure out. He's wanting us to figure it out. It wouldn't make sense if he didn't. He'd be contradicting himself. So what's the ultimate? Well, what's the question about equal? Do humans suffer all of its tyranny and fascism and injustice by preying on everyone's desire for equal without recognizing that it's the whole and the ultimate and the one self? And so our natural innate tendency, hardwired into everything, to return to the self, to develop in evolution, even sticks, that can be preyed on for tyranny and fascism. Everyone has to have wear a suit. Everyone has to have the same colored hair. No, everyone has to listen to my music, not this newfangled rock music. Okay, I'm using a generation back so we can see its absurdity. But even now you can see it. White race or whatever it is. Our country first. He's giving us what we need to solve the injustices of our planet. As true then as it is now. He already mentioned what happens if we don't have philosophy: war, fractions, civil discord. Why? Because we're bad? No. He said that. It's not because we lack virtue, it's that we have the virtue, but we're missing something. We're missing something. What? Logos. The biggest tyrants have a lot of great qualities. They're just missing the logos. How do you present the logos? You give an abduction. You miss out some of the parts. That's what we're doing now. We're filling it in. So it's not that we're bad. It's that we can be tricked to act against our interest. All of these things. By preying on, hey, everyone should be equal. Yeah, that makes sense. But equal to, like, the way we were born, the way we were raised, our ignorance, our prejudices. That's what they prey on. Always. Trump, whoever. Anyone who seems to be absurd but loved. Equal. Equal to our pathologos. Equal to the way this thing here we talked about earlier. Right? Earlier we talked about how we have to apply the logos to purify and perfect. Which means applying the logos to... Lots of notes. Here. To the logos and dialectic of the truth in the self, but also to purify ourselves from our false self. And mythology can represent both. We also talked about in this session or recent one, the idea that we pick up where we left off, right? We have a personal development towards our self-goal, self-mind, self-logos from birth, and Socrates is giving us more information about that. Yes, we have a recognition of self-justice that we must have had before birth. So we come into life, we are born with this, seeking our self-goals, with an apprehension of self-being, with the ability to participate in the self-logos. We're born with it, necessarily, from the sticks, from the beauty, from all the things that we've been learning, from this argument we've been going through. We develop in that until we hit this point where we get the false beliefs from our family, culture, and time period that causes our problem. Pathologos initiation scene. No more along this, no more this, no. Which is the cause, which means no philosophy, which means is the cause of our problems. So when we apply the dialectic to this, we have to go back to this origin scene and address it with what we've learned about self-goals, self-mind, and self-logos. But recognize, hey, it's not evil. It has a solution to a problem that no longer applies. Evolutionarily speaking, it allowed us to evolve in the strange conditions that humans evolved under. But we now have the technology because of our ability to evolve and our mind. We have therefore created physics, chemistry, and we've created enough technology to free us from the servitude of our body, but also enough technology to destroy everyone and kill everyone. And we're in the process of becoming that. Which is what follows if we don't address this which we're loyal to. Hey, you want to make everyone equal to this? That's war. All these countries trying to make everyone equal to their specific pathologos, their specific false idea of the self. That served a purpose, but no longer applies. That's what we have to overcome. And Socrates says everything wants that. That's equal. You don't realize you don't want to be equal to this, though. You have to realize equal is whole. That's Xenophanes Question. Equal is the ultimate. That's Parmenides. Oneself. which is what? Applying what Socrates is giving us in the lesser to not just the greater, but the ultimate. That's anagogic movement. That's how we solve the puzzles. So he's giving us what we need to solve to keep the human race alive. Interesting? What do you say, Owen?
Wow. 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 Wow.
Good for him. So, all in there, all in the text. We just had to unpack it and apply ourselves to it. So, that's the two categories of selfer terms. One relating to the phi ratio, equal or whole or ultimate, important distinction, and the greater and lesser. Okay? And all such beings, including beauty, goodness, justness, and holiness, things which we desire. We seek the good, we seek to be just, we desire to be just, we seek beauty. And all those we stamp the seal, that which absolutely is. Big one. Both when we were asking questions and in answering questions, okay? Big time. Asking questions and answering questions, the dialectic. These are the two halves. So you could say that's a greater and lesser, or pair. See, I wouldn't say these are opposites. Maybe these are opposites. Not sure. The result being that we must necessarily have acquired knowledge of them before we are born. So this knowledge of them all is what's necessary for the dialectic. It's our paradigm that we use both when asking questions and answering questions. So this dialectic that we've been pointing to as our spiritual method, mystical method, an exercise of the philosopher, applying to all of the beings, the selfer terms, everything that exists, it's needed for asking questions. It's our paradigm for dialectic. And if on the other hand, in each case we have indeed grasped and not forgotten, then we must always be born knowing and have knowledge throughout our life. For to know this is to maintain a grasp on knowledge and not to lose it. Or do we call the losing of this knowledge forgetting? We want to maintain it when we have it. We've forgotten it. But if on the other hand, I suspect, having indeed grasped it before birth, we lose it at birth, and then later on, by using our perception about selves, we recover, what we're doing, the knowledge of those beings, which we possessed at some time beforehand. Accordingly then, would not that which we call learning be the defining learning, definition of the terms, the recovery of innate knowledge? Wow.
Wow.
Then surely we would be speaking correctly if we would call this the recollection. So this sounds like it has the vibe, the cadence, the rhythm of the last step of the dialectic. What happens after you divide it up into its arguments, to its key ideas? One key idea will stand out as most significant to the dialectic, and then that you can take back to the subject, other back to self. So the key idea that stands out most significant, learning. Defining learning, the recovery of innate knowledge, this is recollection. So what's recollection? Learning. So this is a dialectic on recollection. So next time, we're going to go through this information again and put it into a dialectic. I'm guessing, just from the cadence and the language of the end, the definition is going to be recollection. And this last step will be a conclusion that it's learning. So everything up until here will be learning. Therefore, how do we understand learning? How do we understand the subject? Recollection, learning. So it has the sound of a dialectic, which means we've got some work to do. We've got some fun to have. Let's read on a little bit first, a little bit longer, and then conclude. Surely then, by all means. This is seen to be indeed possible, for when one perceives, either by seeing or hearing, or in other way perceives something, by grasping something other, they realize that which they forgot from this thing, which approaches this by likeness or unlikeness. All our terms of experience from the first hypothesis. So that I said one of two is the case. Either we are indeed born with knowledge of the selves, and all of us know throughout our life, or afterwards, by which we call to learn. But rather this is nothing other than recollecting or learning. And learning would thus be recollection. Okay, nailing it down. We either remember it our whole life or we forget, but we knew it beforehand. So all learning is recollection. Certainly it has to be this way indeed, O Socrates. Therefore, which alternative do you choose, O Simmias? That we are either born with that knowledge, or that we later recollect that knowledge which we had previously grasped? Simmias says, I cannot make a choice at this present time, Socrates. Now how about in the following way? Can you make a choice and say in what way it appears to you that in the case of self, would a person that has knowledge be able to give the logos which they know or not? Okay, so he's brought it down to two ideas. You can't get it from your physical senses. So you either know it already and you carry it with you your whole life. Everyone's friggin' wise. Everyone has knowledge. Or we forget it and we have to learn, and learning is nothing other than recollecting. He says, I don't know. Okay, that's fine with us, because that gives us an opportunity to divide it out. And how is he going to do it? He told us, I am going to use that which absolutely is as my model, which contains equal, greater, lesser, and all such beings. I'm going to be a holy man. I'm going to be a just man. I'm going to be a good man. I'm going to be a beautiful and equal man. By using the knowledge of all of them in my asking questions and judging your answers. So, if the doctrine that we did first was the case for the dialectic as a mystical method and the true activity of the true philosopher, then he is giving a demonstration of it. And he's really explaining it and dividing it out for us. He's laying it out for us. He's showing us what it is. He's using his friends, helping his friends, but also working on many levels. He's helping his friends, and many of us have that idea that our soul is like a breath or wind that will scatter when we die. We're nothing but worm food after we die. So he's helping us address that with the counter logos. This is the reasoning that shows otherwise. But also he is, if the doctrine was the dialectic, now he's dividing it up, saying this is what it is. This is what I'm doing. I'm using the self-er terms. Equal, greater, and lesser. All of the beings. Equal, beauty, goodness, justice, holiness. All of those beings. I'm using a knowledge that I can grasp. And not only grasp, but hold on to. I am not referring to things which I see, hear, or perceive with the physical body, as I mentioned earlier. Because everything in the physical reaches out to be like the self. And I'm using that as a paradigm. As CB says, I know knowledge and write logos. If I have learned in my life, and he says I have sufficiently, so I've got no qualms about going to the next life, so I must have learned. He says learning is remembering, and I'm going to use it for my asking questions and judging the answers. Questions and answers. So he's demonstrating his doctrine. Okay, and then And then he, Simius says, I can't make a decision at this time. So then he has to keep going. That wasn't a sufficient yes. Sufficient. Then how about the following way? Can you make a choice? He's helping him out. He's giving him a choice. If someone has knowledge, would they be able to give a logos of which they know? Here is tying in our big duad of philosophy, knowledge and the logos. If you really know it, if it's true knowledge, could you give a logos of it? Wouldn't you be able to talk about that which you know? Certainly, they must necessarily be able to do so. This is fundamental. We've been talking about it all the way through. Understanding and knowledge. Mystic and academic. I wouldn't care if it's academic, but something along those lines. East and West, loosely speaking. Okay, certainly they must be able to do so. And does it appear to you that, okay, yeah, I have to clarify that. The academic logos is really the anti-logos, so we wouldn't want to characterize the logos with the current state, the counterattack, the Latin against this. If we were still in this, then maybe. And I wouldn't want to characterize noesis, nous, of real being as just Eastern, because there are many spiritual traditions who have that. And even philosophy. Well, yeah, philosophy is both together. But so it might not be just to say East and West, or academic and spiritual, because of the deficiencies in both. And specifically, the academic is often against the logos. So let's just keep it as knowledge and logos, nous and dianoia. Certainly then, they must be able to do so. And does it appear to you that everyone can give a logos of themselves? That'd be nice. Can everyone, have you everyone you met? Can they give a logos? Can you go into the pub and have a lovely dialectic with someone about beauty? I only wish they could. That's funny because that's what you just said. But I very much fear that tomorrow at this time, no longer, not even one man will be left who is able to do this in a worthy way. So he's saying, I wish I could go down to the pub and have that conversation as I do. But when Socrates is gone, I don't think even one person could do it. Sad. Accordingly then, does it not appear to you that everybody knows selves? Not at all. He can conclude now. He couldn't a second ago. I can't make that choice. Now he can. So we judged his answer. Not sufficient. So we have a bit of a back and forth with questions, as he said. And he can now. Accordingly then, they recollect that which they learned at some time. Necessarily. At what time then would our souls grasp the knowledge of selves? Certainly not after that time, when we were indeed born as men. No doubt. Before that time then, yes. Accordingly then, O Simius, our souls have existed previously apart from the body before they existed in human form, and when they possessed mindfulness. Okay? Which one? Do we possess mindfulness in the physical body, or is he saying the souls existed apart from the body before they existed in human form, and that's when they possessed mindfulness? Or is he saying that there's a mindfulness of the body? I think the former. I think he's saying phronesis, because this is what we're after. One of the big questions is what the heck phronesis? We're after truth. He said a lot about it specifically. He's kind of circling phronesis. So when we're out of the body, we had pure phronesis. Unless we acquire these kinds of knowledges at birth. Oh, okay, so he's throwing in an alternative. If no one can give a logos about these ideas, which they can't, seems that Socrates is the only one, which is a shame, because pubs would be great if everyone could. So either we had it before we were born and we forget it, otherwise we'd all be able to talk about it, or he's saying, well, there's another one. Maybe we acquire the knowledge not before we are born, but in the birth, at birth. For that time still remains. This being the case, O companion, then at what other time did we lose selves? For surely we are indeed not in possession of selves at our birth, just as we agreed, or did we lose selves at the time in which we also acquire selves? Unless you can talk to a wise baby, we either got it when we were born, but also lost it straight away at the same time, or have you some other time that you can mention? Not any other time, O Socrates, since it escaped my notice that I was saying nothing, talking nonsense. Then notice again, O Simmias, must the following be the case for us, if on the one hand, that which we were always that which we are always murmuring is the case, that the beautiful and the good, and every ousia such as this, we also refer all the things from which perceptions arise to that same ousia, okay? We refer all the perceptions, we point to that ousia. A stick helps us. Stick reaches out for the self, reaches out for equal. Everything reaches out for beautiful. People reach out for justice. Everything which we perceive are all the same in that it helps us point to the same ousia. By discovering that they exist according to hyparxis. Hyparxis is the ultimate, the highest, the triads we've been developing, the highest point, the fullest flowering. The hyparxis prior to ourselves. All right, so when we're going through our triads, the top point of one triad touches the bottom point of the next one, the hyparxis. We have a question. Does logos a hyparxis of being? Does it touch the oneself? What's the fullest flowering of something? There's two kinds of meanings. So we discover that by discovering that they exist according to hyparxis prior to ourselves, and so we must necessarily compare those to selves, and just as if they do exist in this way, and it must also be in this way for our soul. And it must also be this way prior to our birth. And if on the other hand, they do not exist in any other way, could this logos even be discussed? Accordingly, then, it has to be in this way, and there is an equal necessity for them to exist, and also for our souls to exist. And before we were born. And if this is not the case with them, then neither is it the case with those that follow. Oh, what a word salad. Let's unpack that. Okay, the beauty, the good, and every ousia of the beings. That all things from which perceptions arise point to. They refer. So we perceive things, but everything points to those things. We see a stick, it's either greater or lesser than the next stick, or it's equal. We see someone, we judge them as beautiful or ugly. We meet someone's a boss, we say it's a just boss or an unjust boss. Everything which we perceive points to that and reaches out to that ultimate. Therefore, they must have themselves existed prior to their birth in that hyparxis, to which they're remembering and reaching out for and trying to attain. Equally so we do. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to have this logos. We wouldn't be able to have this conversation if we didn't recognize this quality in things. We never saw equal by looking at sticks, so how would we have this conversation about equality itself? We've never seen beauty itself by looking at a beautiful example. We've never seen justice itself by looking at something, because everything is naturally, by definition, fall short in the realm of becoming. We just confirmed that. Therefore, for everyone to reach out to that ousia, to refer to that ousia, they must have existed according to that hyparxis prior. but also for our soul prior to our birth. Because that beauty and justice and equality and ultimate we seek, we don't find it out here. It drives us. Why do we travel? To find ourselves. Why do we have healthy meal? To have health. Why do we do an activity? Because we think it's going to be good for us. Why do we yell at the referee of the basketball game when he makes a bad call? Because we want justice. But if they did not exist in that way, how could we even have this discussion? Therefore, it has to be in this way. There is an equal necessity for them to exist and also for our souls to exist. Necessity. So this is where the argument comes down to, a necessity. Can't deny it. And for our souls to exist. For them to exist and our souls to exist. Before we were born. Is it not the case that with them, and neither is the case? If it's not the case with them, neither is the case with those that follow. Okay, that's the negative. We wouldn't be able to do this if it wasn't true. Now, he did talk about how, well, maybe we learned knowledge at birth, which does sound like what we were talking about. It's picking up where we left off, right? But notice, we weren't born wise. Our personal development at birth was towards and motivated by our self-goals, using our self-mind, seeking beauty and justice and good. Hey, babies even recognize beautiful faces, apparently. And we had questions that we were developing, but someone told us to shut up when we asked a certain kind of question when we were young. So we weren't born knowing it, we were born seeking it. That's why what we're going back to is not our innate knowledge in our personal development. We're going back to where we left off in our personal development. So it's similar, but not the same. Okay? What we are returning to from here is our progression to the self. Both self-mind or knowledge, as he said, both knowledge and logos. And of course, the ultimate, the lesser, the greater. Well, we don't know which of these two is lesser and greater, but it's all three. It's a puzzle. Is knowledge greater than logos? Is that the lesser and the greater? Of course, relative to everything else, it's all the greater. It's the greatest triad. It's the self-triad of the one self, being or mind, and the self-logos. So interesting, we did talk about that. And Simmius said, well, maybe, okay, if we either had knowledge before birth, or everyone has knowledge and logos as they go, knowledge and logos. So they're a philosopher. So the philosopher hat on, and the staff. Or he said, well, maybe you learned it at birth, but then he said, well, then you would have had to forget it at the same time. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, you're right. I was being silly, talking nonsense. The same necessity appears to me, says Simmius, to be so absolutely, O Socrates, and the logos indeed takes refuge in beauty, in the same way that our soul and the ousia of which you speak both exist before we are born. Okay, so he sees two things, necessity and he sees beauty in the logos. That's cool. So for him, so why is that significant? Well, for him, in order to understand the argument, requires him to recognize necessity and beauty and have some familiarity with the logos. How could he be convinced if he didn't have some apprehension already of beauty and necessity itself in the logos? So, a demonstration of the definition. He said, we wouldn't be able to have this discussion if we didn't recognize the ideas that we saw physical senses fall short of, so he must have known it. Are you convinced? Because yeah, I'm convinced. But do you know why I'm convinced? Because I see the self-necessity, and I see beauty in the logos about the soul and the ousia, which you're speaking of. In other words, not only could Socrates not talk about it, he wouldn't be able to remember and recognize. We wouldn't have conversation. We wouldn't have learning. We wouldn't have the dialectic. Because even someone who's ignorant, Simmias, recognized something of beauty and necessity in the logos. And you don't see, and necessity also falls under that condition. You never see necessity in the physical world. But he recognizes it. So again, beautiful. Like, come on.
Wow. Wow.
Beautiful demonstration of the very point being made. Isn't this wonderful? Isn't it wonderful that Socrates writes in this way? Isn't it wonderful that he can share in that logos? But isn't it also wonderful that life unfolds in that way? Like many of the personal examples came up from chat. The discussions about the whole of seeing, hearing, thinking was needed to recognize equal is actually that whole. The returning to where we left off in our personal development came up again. Helped us to understand better the logos. That's fascinating. Isn't that wonderful? So, as we said earlier in the chat, to recognize the synchronicities, the patterns, the symmetries, the repetition of the logos in this way, helping us beneficially, providentially, while we're in the quest of the logos, that's recognizing the logos. Asking the next question, what's the significance, what's the meaning of it, is following the logos. So we have to ask that question. What's the meaning of these examples and questions and puzzles that come up actually coming back around and helping us later on? Confirming for us in our seeing the logos? Well, is that symmetry? Is symmetry a mark of beauty? Was there some necessity of it to come up in order for us to better understand it? Was there a necessity for us to talk about this? To recognize that, hey, when he said, well, we do lose things when we're born in our childhood. But we had this to recognize, oh no, it's not, we didn't lose our wisdom, knowledge, and logos. We lost our progression in our personal development. Was there some necessity of talking about the whole that helped us all the way through? Have we been talking about seeing, hearing, and perceiving all the way through? Is that beautiful that it came around that way? So what? Well, does that put us in Simmias's position? There's something of the necessity and beauty in the logos that we are sharing in that helps us to recognize in our real world experience that which he's pointing, that which we're learning. We're defining it through the logos of this text, but we're also demonstrating it. Is that necessary for us? Is that beautiful? The fact that we can recognize it, does it give us a way of learning, as Simmias is doing? Otherwise, how would we agree that this is true? How would Simmias agree that what he said was true?
Wow. 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 Wow.
All right. The self-same necessity appears to me to be so absolutely, O Socrates, and the logos indeed takes refuge in beauty in the same way that our soul and the ousia of which you speak both exist before we are born. So you're saying, hey, even the logos did. For to me at least, there is nothing so clear as this, that all natures such as these most especially do exist, such as the beautiful, the good, and all those you spoke of just now. And it appears to me that it has been sufficiently demonstrated. There we go. What about Cebes? but we must necessarily persuade CBs also. Okay, let's leave it on that question. What about CBs? 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 On that question, let's say goodbye for now and come back and ask what about CBs? What about you? Were you convinced? Were you convinced with just the doctrine, or did it help you going through this further explanation of why it has to be the case? Were those arguments sufficient for you? Did you have the idea of the soul as wind, as breath that will dissipate upon death? Did going through this reasoning help you purify yourself from that mythology? Were you convinced prior? Were you convinced after? Was it fun? Did you notice symmetries in your own life? Did you recognize the logos? Has there been anything in your day, or will there be anything that follows in your day after going through this together that might reflect, might have symmetry, might be beautiful, might show a self-necessity, might be whole or equal to what you just read? Take those questions, carry them with you, share your feedback in the chat. I hope you had fun, and I hope to join you next time. Take care.